let's get this party started. So I've wanted to start doing some live streams on this channel for a while, just to see what happens and what's going on. You should be hearing music. There is no intro to go with it. It's just the music that I do while I'm getting things ready for the stream. I'm going to post a link in a few minutes. I'm going to get some things set up here because I am going to go over a video or two. They're really short before I start letting people in, though. If the link is posted, that shouldn't discourage you from joining. But I've been wanting to do these kinds of live streams for actually about a month or two. It's just that my channel isn't one that normally does these, and so it's you know, I don't know how successful this is going to be, I guess is what I'm saying. And so if nobody joins,
I'm an astrophysicist.
What the fuck? I didn't click play. Why the fuck are you doing that? Why are you such a piece of shit? Holy fucking shit. You'd think people could build a website properly. Going full screen doesn't mean click the play button. You fucking dumbasses. Anyway, I've been wanting to do these for a while, but I don't know how successful they're going to be. So I'm going to run a trial tonight. We're going to watch some videos. I'm going to put the link out, see how many people join, see how good the conversation flows. And if I think that it's worth doing more, then I will. If I don't, then I probably will do live streams very rarely. These things don't really have a topic, but so what I'm starting with is going over this video from PragerU. You're going to see what it's about in a second. I suppose I could just scroll down here. Follow the science. This is just a really bad video with a really bad philosophy of science in it. And that's sort of the theme for tonight's open stream. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's going to join. I don't know how successful this is going to be. And this is going to determine whether or not this is a thing I do more often on the channel. So without boring you guys with an explanation any further, I'm going to go ahead and start this video.
I'm an astrophysicist at a major university. Science is my life. But when I hear somebody somberly intone, "science says," or "follow the science," I get very nervous. Science doesn't belong to any ideology. Science is the never-ending search for new knowledge. That's what science means in Latin, by the way. Knowledge. Not wisdom, not morality, not social policy. Knowledge. What we do with that knowledge is where wisdom, morality, and social policy enter the picture. Okay. Knowledge, it turns out, isn't so easy to come by.
Yeah, especially with, you know, organizations like PragerU pushing really dumb ideas. This video doesn't sound so bad so far. Just keep.
And sometimes what we think we know for certain, the Earth sure does look flat when we're standing on it, turns out not to be so certain. Of course, I trust in
it's almost like our basic and immediate intuitions or our primitive experiences aren't always intrinsically reliable in virtue of that. Something that I don't think a lot of conservatives, you know, the kind of politics that this organization here, PragerU, pushes all the time. Something that I don't think that they're, you know, aware of yet. I don't know.
Basic scientific truths, those things for which there is overwhelming evidence, like, say, gravity, even that humans play a role in the warming of the planet. But scientists, even the best ones, can get things wrong.
That is very true. Yes. But actually, before I comment on that, I just want to, I'm personally not surprised. Over the last probably 2, maybe 3 or 4 years, I've seen him on YouTube. He's done some stuff with a lot of like intelligent design proponents and theists and apologists and other organizations like PragerU. He's sort of falling down that pipeline, so to speak. But I mean, he is a legitimate scientist. I won't take that away from him. And his opinions aren't as bad as other people like James Tour. But yeah, you know, even the best scientists can get things wrong. But the point that I think needs to be made here is the scientists don't get things wrong. They really don't get things wrong that often. And where they do, they're not really wrong so much as they are incomplete, if anything. So I think that's a nuance that should be shared here. is that, yeah, it's, scientists can get things wrong, but it's really, really rare. And the fact that scientists can get things wrong doesn't mean we can't trust them, doesn't mean that we can't trust them over the average person, nor does it mean that they don't have a significantly more vast knowledge and access to information with respect to their professional field than a layperson would. So we need to remember that yeah, they can be wrong, but we should still trust them over average people who don't have the same credentials.
The brilliant astrophysicist Sir Fred Hoyle believed the universe existed in a steady state forever and had no beginning. But his view, once held sacrosanct by all astrophysicists, no longer holds. It's been superseded by the Big Bang theory that the universe had a beginning and is still expanding.
Well, and this is another thing that I think is worthwhile to make a correction on, is that the Big Bang is not actually a theory of the beginning of or the origins of the universe. It's a model that describes the reheating period, which immediately preceded the inflationary epoch. We don't know if the universe has a beginning. We don't have any physics that can tell us anything about that. And it is, though not confirmed, still very likely that it may not.
In the 20th century, some of the most respected scientists in the world, including Nobel Prize winners, believed in eugenics, the reprehensible idea that the human race could be improved by selective breeding. The National Academy of Sciences, the American Medical Association, and the Rockefeller Foundation supported it. By the middle of the century, it had been thoroughly rejected as quackery. No reputable scientist would have anything to do with this idea.
Yeah, but this isn't really that, all this is an attempt to just smear scientists as, oh yeah, well, at one time mainstream science used to believe in eugenics. Okay, and at one time mainstream science believed in spontaneous generation. At one point mainstream science believed in alchemy. This isn't a point against mainstream science. All it demonstrates is that this was a time when humans only went as far as their understanding was. They went along with what their understanding was, and along with broader narratives that were pushed by other institutional norms that were supported by specialized interests. So that's another thing that we have to remember. Specialized interests, kind of like PragerU, who uses its platform to push particular narratives.
So, we all need to get over this notion that just because someone, be it a politician, a bureaucrat, or even a scientist, employs the phrase "science says," means whatever they're saying is right. It might be right, but
I agree with that. I don't think that we should take and I think that this is one of the problems. I think it's a problem on the left, but not nearly to the extent that I think, and I will get the link out in the chat after this video, and then I'll probably do one, maybe two more. And like I said, for anybody that's new, if you want to join, if you join and you're backstage, stay backstage. I will add you. Like I said, I'm going to pull like a GER streams kind of thing and do a couple of videos before I start bringing people in. What was I talking about, by the way? Hold on. I can figure this out.
Says means whatever they're
saying. Yeah. And it's right that because somebody that you perceive as an authority says something, that therefore you should take it as true. That's not really like a good way of thinking. However, when somebody is in fact a legitimate authority on something, and they speak about that particular thing that they are in fact a legitimate authority on, I think we should lend significantly more credence to what they're saying than we otherwise would with somebody else who's not a legitimate authority. That's not to say you should take what they're saying as true. That's not to say that you should blindly believe it, but you should lend it more credence than you otherwise, more confidence that it's probably true than you otherwise would if somebody else said it. Now, the big thing comes in with, if you hear something that some professional says, take that and measure that against the consensus of the field that they work in. Because sometimes we can't just go off of what one expert says, even if they're a legitimate expert. We have to look at what the consensus of relevant experts is saying and lend that significantly more credence than what we would to what one expert in that field says. But the sentiment here isn't fundamentally wrong, but there is another point that sort of underlies the purpose of this video that I'll get to at the end.
You're saying is right. It might be right, but it might also be wrong. And
And
if it's
again, I just want to point out that if somebody in physics and they're like somebody with a PhD in astrophysics who focuses on quantum information and black hole thermodynamics is telling you something about black holes, I don't think there's anybody in my chat right now of the like 10 or 11, 9, 10 or 11 people that are there, or really anybody that would reasonably say, yeah, I should have some reason for thinking what they may be saying is false. Yes, it is true. They may be saying something that is not correct or is not accurate. But let's look at the odds, the probability of a PhD astrophysicist with their emphasis being in quantum information and black hole thermodynamics getting something on black holes wrong. Of course, it's not impossible. It's a thing that could happen, but I don't think anybody's going to say that I would expect that. These people spend their lives studying these things. Sure, they could be wrong. Sure, they might have their own ideas that aren't exactly confirmed, but nobody's going to just disregard what they're saying or act like what they're saying has an equal probability of being wrong as it does being correct, because I just don't think that that would be the right way to look at it. So I think that's another nuance that we should add here. It seems that they're trying to paint this picture that even with experts in fields that their expertise is thoroughly contained within are equally probably wrong about the things that they say as they are right. And that is just not true.
if it's wrong, it won't necessarily be a bunch of scientists who say it's wrong. It might be one guy. Ask Einstein.
Yes.
100 scientists.
But there was a little delay there on the pause. There might be one guy that shows that something's wrong, but it's not like you're going to go the next 150, 200, 300, 400 years with everybody in that field saying that this person is wrong, all things being equal, at least. Other people are going to take the work, examine it, criticize it, and slowly discover, hey, this is right. The data points in this direction. And that's exactly what we've seen, particularly with Einstein. By the time that 1908 hit, special relativity was being accepted and used by a lot of physicists because the math worked. You could use it and get accurate predictions that came true. That's how science works.
Scientist wrote a book explaining why his theory of relativity was wrong. He quipped, "If I were wrong, then one would have been enough." It takes a lot to convince scientists to accept a new theory, especially if that new theory refutes what they had always believed.
Exactly. And that's but the thing is, that's not necessarily, I'm not saying that it necessarily isn't, but that isn't necessarily that it is a bad thing. It's not necessarily a good thing, but I think it is better that scientists are very critical even of new and potentially viable ideas when they come in, and that they try to criticize them and scrutinize them to the best of their ability before coming to accept them. And I think that that's part of the reason why science is where it is today, as a sort of a broader realm of intelligentsia within human society, is because we are more critical of our colleagues, more critical of their ideas. We employ more strictly defined methodologies for testing and reviewing and examining these ideals to ensure that they align with the established paradigms and principles that we have, to ensure that they're consistent, corroborated, predictive, that they explain things, that they're theoretically virtuous. That's how science develops.
In some cases, what they'd stake their entire careers on. As Richard Feynman, one of the most eminent physicists of the 20th century, famously said, "Science is the belief in the ignorance of experts."
Notice how they cut out the rest of that quote, and just to humor myself, Richard Feynman, science is still, there we go. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we can get here. Just give me a second, because I'm looking up this quote to get like what the full quote is, because I almost guarantee, if anybody knows PragerU, this quote is almost certainly being taken entirely out of context. I'm trying to just find a source that I would consider to be, well, Feynman.com, I think, could probably be. Beep, 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 boo. Boo, 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 ba. What is this? What the fuck am I reading right now? I don't know what that is. All right. Let's, what the fuck is this? Nope. I don't know who that is either. Oh. Alrighty. Let's do this here, shall we? So I hope everybody can see that reasonably well. Richard Feynman, it's already in purple here. Richard Feynman famously wrote, quote, "Science is the belief in the ignorance of the experts," end quote. He meant and explained that science, aka research, is in the making. It belongs to the unknown or yet to be discovered future, while expertise is based on the past with built-in obsolescence. So you can see that what Feynman meant here is that science, the experts are ignorant in the sense that their expertise is based in what they've already studied, what they've already learned, while science is in the business of looking to what we don't know, to what we need yet to learn. And so when you believe in science, you shouldn't be believing in what the scientists already know, in the sense of like, not to say that you shouldn't accept it, but you shouldn't take that as like all there is. You should look to what we have yet to learn. So it's obvious, as I said earlier, that this was being taken out of context by PragerU, and I would just demonstrated that, because why would you not? So we can go back to this and continue.
Feynman is saying is that a good scientist should always maintain a healthy amount of skepticism. Science is by its nature provisional. Science would stagnate if we merely accepted.
Well, yes, but the other thing that we need to remember is that while science is provisional, that doesn't mean that things that we have learned have as equal a probability of potentially being false or being found to be false in the future as they do as continuing to be true. It is true that we don't understand everything about physics, and we don't understand everything about chemistry, and there's a hell of a lot about condensed matter physics and nuclear physics and particle physics and all this stuff that we don't know. But one thing that will be true in 1,000 years, in 10,000 years, in 1 billion years, is that this phone is made of atoms. That is not a thing that's ever going to be false. So the idea, that science has a sort of provisional aspect to it does not mean that we can't have extraordinarily well-established facts of reality that we learn through scientific methodology. That would obviously be false.
Proclamations of past authorities. So how do we do good science? This is not a new question. Since the 17th century, scientists have employed the so-called scientific method to guide their work. It's not a perfect guide by any means, but it's pretty darn good. The method involves 1, formulating a theory. 2, predicting the evidence that should be found if the theory is true. 3, collecting data. 4, analyzing the data. 5, refining the theory and presenting evidence to other experts. The philosopher Karl Popper added one more item to this list. Popper said a subject is scientific if and only if it can be falsified. In other words, if your theory can't be tested.
And that is also brought into question by some modern philosophers of science, that falsifiability, while obviously an important notion in science, it's not like it's the bedrock of it. It's possible that there could be meaningful scientific models that may have certain unfalsifiable aspects within them.
If it can't be proven wrong, it's probably not good science. This is just one reason why we have to be very careful about putting too much faith in models. They often can't be tested.
Well, that's false. I mean, that's just explicitly false. I mean, the whole point of a model in science is that it has I'm not going to say that it's intrinsically testable, but it's at least in theory testable. We might not have the technology to really test it, but in theory we could. Like string theory. String theory is not unfalsifiable, despite what people say, and despite the fact that I think it's almost entirely false. It's not like unfalsifiable. It's just that the means by which we could falsify it, we don't have the technological access to. But theoretically speaking, you could falsify it. I'm not going to at least yet get into the whole concept of falsifiability in science, because there's still actually a lot that I would like to read with respect to that. My opinions aren't so solid as they may have once been with respect to that. But I do think that models, when we're speaking in an explicitly empirical perspective in a scientific framework, models are explicitly something that can be at least in theory tested. I mean, it sort of seems like this guy is saying that, oh, well, if you can't test it, it's not science. And models in science aren't science because you can't test them. But then turning around and saying that, but there's certain models in science that he believes because they can be tested. I don't, it's just strange.
Models are predictions.
Again, that goes back to this video doesn't seem like it's really that bad on the surface. Kind of like that, there's a couple of things that might be a little inaccurate, at least to a philosopher of science, if not to an actual scientist. But there's an underlying reason why this video is made. And like I said, when we get to the end of this video, I'm going to explain what that is.
Of the future based on current data. They can easily get things wrong. First of all, the future, in case you hadn't noticed, is very hard to predict. And the further out you go into the
well, that depends on like what it is you're trying to predict. What there's a lot of nuance to that one.
Future, the less secure the prediction. Second, the data may be incomplete or even erroneous. It's human nature to want definitive answers, but science can't always offer those. Further,
yes, a thing that scientists consistently hammer home, like almost every time they engage with the public. And I'm not like being like sarcastic or facetious. Like scientists always fucking say like, yeah, we don't have like definitive answers on this. There's a lot we don't know. We're still looking for some, answers here and things like that. Like we just like cosmologists. You'll hear freaking William Lane Craig. Well, cosmology has shown through the BGV theorem that any inflating universe must have an absolute beginning. And then you listen to actual cosmologists that study like origins of the universe, and they say, well, there's a lot of models out there. We don't really have any physical models that definitively tell us anything about these moments in time. We really have no fucking clue whether the universe has a beginning or not. It very well may not, but we don't know. And that's the thing, is that scientists are pretty, I would say that that's the one thing scientists are pretty good on, is this whole, admitting the limits of what we know and what we don't and where the field is headed. I think that for the most part, scientists are pretty good about doing that.
Furthermore, science is not concerned with fashion, authority, or majority opinion. Case closed is not a scientific expression. Science is never closed. If it was closed after Newton, you'd never have Einstein. Science has to be first and always about pursuing knowledge, not about advancing a social agenda, no matter how.
Very true. Very, very true, Dr. Keating. But it also has to be about working from established principles and paradigms, things that we know are true. Nobody's going to try to show that like baryonic matter that is constructed of things on the periodic table isn't atomic in nature, because we know that it is. Like this idea that science has this provisional nature, we can't just case close things. Well, I mean, I get the point that he's making. I think most people would, but there's a sense in which that's not entirely true. I mean, there are things in science that are like, take general relativity. There's literally not like, and I mean literally, no experiment that it's ever been subjected to where it's been shown to be wrong. It's been shown to be incomplete in certain experiments. It can't apply past certain energy scales or what have you in certain experiments. There's no experiment that's ever shown that it's wrong, that a prediction that it's made does not come true. So, I mean, I would say that general relativity has been proven, but I don't mean proven in the sense of like logic and mathematics. And I don't think that logic and mathematics have a monopoly on what those terms mean. They have a legal meaning. I think they can have a meaning in science, and I think they have a meaning in general, colloquia amongst people.
How noble it might be. Science has no political party. Of course, politicians should use the best available science to help them make informed decisions.
Yes.
But remember,
remember that right-wing politicians don't do that. I mean, I think that's just an explicitly obvious thing. When you just look at the world, particularly in the United States of America, where I live, I can't really speak beyond that. The right wing does not care about what science says. Obviously, which side decried masks and social distancing and lockdowns and vaccines and still does? No, it wasn't the left. Now, there might have been some leftists here and there that kind of had that attitude, but that was the right. That was right wingers. So just remember that PragerU, that has pushed a number of videos and narratives downplaying the severity of climate change and the role that humans play in climate change. Just remember that they're on the side of not always, quote unquote, following the science, not always listening to what the experts have to say and the data that they have to back up what it is that they're saying.
Scientific knowledge is not the same as wisdom. As the saying goes, knowledge is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. So let's continue to look to science for knowledge.
And see, this is another thing with PragerU. Like, they do these flowery statements that, like, what does that even mean? Like, what? That doesn't, like, what does wisdom even mean? Like, scientists don't care about wisdom. Wisdom isn't like some well-defined, it's just a really, like, vague term that kind of mean, like, he's right, science doesn't deal with that, but like, so why bring it up? Like, you're just like talking about things that scientists don't care about as if they do, and then saying that they shouldn't when they don't, but you think that they do, but they don't. Like, I'm just confused here. Well, I'm not confused. I know what the point is, and we're going to get to that here shortly.
Knowledge we can use to improve the world. But let's not fool ourselves that science has all the answers to all our problems. It doesn't. That's one bit of wisdom this scientist can give you. I'm Brian Keating, professor of physics at the University of California, San Diego, and author of Losing the Nobel Prize for Prager University. Thank you for watching this.
Alrighty, so I'm going to make some last comments, and then I see 3 people backstage, and I'll bring you up on the stage. Remember, I only got 6 spots, so Gur, if you want a spot, you got Pat here talking shit in the private chat, but you better come in here and defend yourself, buddy. Is that the whole point of that video wasn't to like provide some meaningful nuance about, hey, science, it's great. You should love it and listen to it. But, it doesn't have all the answers. You shouldn't worship it. You shouldn't look at it as this like monolith of human education and like the best way to learn about the world, but it is good. It kind of comes off that way. It really does. This wasn't like the worst PragerU video I've ever seen. But that wasn't what the point of this video was. The point of this video was to undermine science, to paint this picture like, well, even though somebody's an expert in a scientific field, you shouldn't really listen to what they have to say. I mean, they could be just as wrong as you are, a non-professional, which is obviously not true. This was a way of like painting the left as being these people who think that science is this monolithic thing that's always right and you should never question it. You should always do what it says. And that, well, you should, you shouldn't always listen to what scientists have to say. They could be wrong on some things. Science isn't the bastion of human knowledge. And it's doing this in an attempt to sort of undermine science, like the right always tries to do. This idea that it's really not that authoritative. You don't really need to listen to what the science is saying and what the scientists are saying. You don't really need to care about the empirical data because it could always be wrong. You know how science is provisional. I mean, there were people that thought Newton had it all figured out and they were wrong. So what do these epidemiologists know about these vaccines, especially considering this is a novel virus? And you want to listen to these doctors who think they've got it all figured out. That's the underlying tone of this video, is that you don't really need to trust science because it kind of gets things wrong. And, scientists, they're always changing their minds. And science doesn't really give us, facts. It's kind of just this provisional thing that helps us along. That was the underlying message. You don't really need to trust it. And that I think is the issue with that video. And that's the reason why I went over it, is that on the surface, Doesn't seem like it's that bad, but it's the underlying message. And I know there's probably people out there like that. Sounds like you're kind of reading that in there a little bit, Leo, but you got to know who PragerU is and the kind of messages that they put out broadly to understand that's what the message of this video is. You don't really need to trust science. You should listen to it here and there. This idea that you can pick and choose where in science and what in science is accurate and you want to accept, but then what you don't like, you can just brush that off. Those experts don't know what they're talking about. And that's just not how science works. Anyway, we've got Pat. We've got some ARE guy. I don't know what that means. I hope it's not bad. And then we've got Parker. How's it going, everybody?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. I hope everybody enjoyed my rant on my 30-minute rant on a 5-minute video.
No, it's good. It's good. I put it in the comment already, but I've probably heard that tomato and fruit salad thing on Prager 5 times now. They use it all the time. And what's funny is they don't understand it's not saying what they think it's saying. The reason you don't put a tomato in fruit salad doesn't have anything to do with wisdom. It has to do with custom.
Yeah,
right?
And taste.
Right? Like it's if I wanted to put tomatoes in a fruit salad and still call it a fruit salad, I'm actually correct.
Yep.
Right? It's just, do you have a preference or not have a preference? Is there a cultural bias? Sure. When we say fruit salad, we kind of have a cultural motif of what it is, but it has nothing to do with whether or not it's wise or unwise to do it. It has to do with cultural. And what it does, it says, well, my ethnographic definition is more important than a scientific one, which is really problematic when you get into science.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that you're pointing out how they're talking. This guy's trying to talk up science, but underneath it all, he's kind of talking it down. Anybody else? We got 2 other people. I'm surprised ARE hasn't good old rational empiricist hasn't said anything yet.
I mean, yeah, you make good points about how the video tries to talk about how science is such a fluid source of authority and how we should, not get our personal feelings involved. Even though that's how PragerU usually gets their arguments through their personal ideas and whatnot.
Exactly. I'm waiting for other people to talk. That's why I'm being quiet.
Very silence.
Yeah, PragerU, where we throw out empiricism and go entirely off personal allegory.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually a pretty good way to characterize PragerU, because that's the thing that I've noticed about the structure of their videos, is that they bring on these professors and what have you. And these guys were just like, hey, we'll give you $5,000 to just read this script. And they're just like, okay. And, they write this script that seems good on the surface, but then they edit the video with the little animations they do that are designed to put things in your head. It really is about kind of taking this notion of empiricism with respect to its application in science and saying, get rid of that and kind of let your emotions dictate how science should be understood, so that if you don't like something or if you disagree with something, then that's probably just because those experts in a field that you have no expertise in are wrong, but you have figured it out.
Andrew Tate got arrested an hour ago. I saw in the chat, that is
fucking because Greta smash. I mean, oh God, that was hilarious. He's such a just a slimy piece of shit. Yeah, Ger's already on it. Greta Thunberg got roasted. Or roasted that fool like a marshmallow over campfire. I don't know if it was a marshmallow over a campfire or if it was a marshmallow over a fucking vat of molten steel, but it was something.
Was this by any chance? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go.
Or was this by any chance an issue related to global warming or a different topic?
Yeah, it was. So Andrew, and the thing is, Andrew Tate stirred this up purposefully. He made a post about, I've got all these fancy cars with these big engines, Greta. Oh, I'm polluting. Oh, what are you gonna do? And then she's like, that's you're right. What am I gonna do? You should email me at what was it, small dick energy at I don't know, it was something like that. And dude, she ratioed the fuck out of him. It's fucking hilarious. Oh yeah.
Hey, by the
So,
way, I'm
but-
using a new mic system tonight. Is it sounding okay so far?
Yep,
don't want to sound weird on stream.
I might turn your mic volume is at 59. I'm gonna turn it down just I think to
okay. Sorry about that.
51. It's not like super loud. It's just barely breaking that thrust. That's why I only turned it down
Sorry
by
about
like
that.
7. No, you don't need to apologize. We get new mics. We don't know how the fuck they're gonna work. Shit.
So I just want to say, Parker, where the fuck have you been? I thought you died or something.
I've been gone for a long time.
Yeah, I know. Leo, what are you doing?
Getting ready to take a sip of my beer, and then I was looking at
Also-
Grayson, and I'm keeping my mouth hovered over the remove button because I think I've seen this person before, so I'm not super concerned. But just in case they decide to like porn bomb or something, I have my mouse hovering over the
Also-
remove button.
Well, I just wanted to join to point out some beautiful irony with the whole Andrew Tate, Greta Thunberg situation is that like one of
He
the
got
reasons
arrested,
why he
apparently.
was able to be found and where he was staying in Romania is because in his response to Greta Thunberg, he uses like a pizza box.
The
which
pizza
was
boxes,
traceable
yep.
to the local Romanian restaurant. So his self-own was so complete that it actually led to his own arrest.
That's funny.
Oh shit! And by the way,
So-
folks, we are full. I just wanted to point that out. I think people can still join backstage, but I'll have to cycle people. in
So
and
I'm
out.
actually, I can't really stay very long because in less than 30 minutes at 7 o'clock, I actually have a debate scheduled with Kent Hovind of all people. So
Why?
I
What
am,
channel?
What
This
utter
is like a little
madness.
pre-party for me while I wait for that.
What's
to
the
start.
channel? Is it on Standing for Truth?
Yeah, it's on Standing
Okay.
for Truth's channel, and then after that, I plan on hosting like an after show on my own channel, just for whatever
Right on.
creationist or whoever wants to join. So, yeah, it should
Is
be
your channel
interesting.
the same name?
Kent Hovind debates are kind of train wrecks, but it should be fun.
Well, I mean, if you think that you could show me how a dog is related to a mosquito,
Is your channel the same as your avatar name, Grayson?
No, it's based theory. I can post a link in the chat, I guess, to the after show, but I guess since I don't have the mod wrench, I don't think it'll
Okay.
be a
just
hyperlink,
curious.
but it'll still work as a link to
Leo,
copy
I do
paste.
have a question for you.
For
Why
who?
why isn't your link pinked? Why isn't the link pink?
Pinned?
Yes, god damn it.
Because I haven't gone onto YouTube to do that because I was already on YouTube watching a video, and so I'm doing that now, actually.
Yeah, I had to scroll up just to make sure the link was there because I wanted to join. I'm like, oh, well, at least I got lucky. The link is there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Leo,
but
I just want to say that I'm a big admirer of your work, and especially with your debate with Kent on cosmology. I love that topic,
that
and I
was
thought you
pretty
did a really good job with that, with his asinine questions about painting gravity and space and time red.
Leo's, Leo's ego's already big enough. You're adding to that. Come on.
Well, when credits due,
You see
credits
that?
due.
You see
I
that?
mean-
His head is growing.
My
as we
ego
speak.
is my ego is so big. I still question a lot of the things that I say, and have to consistently watch lectures and rewatch lectures and reread
Leo.
papers.
Now,
Yeah,
Leo,
his
have you
ego is
managed to
expanding at
find-
faster than the speed of light.
Have
What was
you
that,
managed to
Andrew?
find space time in a box yet, Leo?
No, but that was the one question that really made me laugh. I don't think I was laughing out loud, but I was internally. So it's like, so can I put space time in a jar? And I'm like, well, technically yes, because like a jar, because the jar is in space time. There's
Right.
There's space time in the
yeah,
jar, so I mean, kind
jar-
of, yeah, you can.
jar-
And he had no fucking clue what to
The
say.
jar is
dude.
not the jar is not really empty.
Exactly.
Like an empty jar,
Right.
that's not empty.
The cup is not half full.
Well, it's
Whoa!
the same
Dude.
equivalent as a jar full of seawater floating in the ocean.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. Is a jar
There we
sitting
go.
at the bottom ocean full? At the bottom of the ocean, full or empty?
oh, that's a good analogy. Yeah.
Just like, are you when you are completely submerged in a swimming pool, completely submerged? Are you wet, or are you only wet when you get out of the water?
Okay,
Think
now we're
about
getting.
that one.
Okay, now we're getting. Now we're
Now we're in the
different here.
metaphysics. Now we're into the metaphysics.
Yeah.
Understanding the fundamental nature of the concept of wetness.
Leo, I gotta ask, are you high?
Not really. I mean, I'm going to be slowly, perpetually higher as the stream goes on. I mean,
One thing that I actually just wanted to ask about. So in the
high on
forward
tobacco, by the way. It's totally tobacco.
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry,
believe you.
continue.
Yeah, in the foreword for Einstein's like book on relativity, he makes a point of saying that things are not existing in space, but are extended into space and time.
Yep. And that's the way.
So-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's just sort of if it's relevant to the topic at all, but maybe saying like, yeah, in like I don't know how that influences the nuance of saying that the jar exists in space time rather than extended in space time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it and that's usually how I word it, is that objects are extended through space-time, rather than that they're in space. It just, I mean, I suppose we can go down
if you
this
say
road.
it's in
Go ahead.
space time, it makes it sound like it's a Newtonian absolute
Exactly.
kind of stage right there.
See, this is why I
that's
like
not what it
Andrew.
is.
He digs into my head and he takes what I'm going to say and then puts it into like actually like really good. That was a really good way that it's sort of framing space-time, which is a non-Newtonian concept, in a Newtonian framework, and that just intuitively that you're going to end up with the wrong picture. So yeah,
Yeah, but-
Andrew, you said that beautifully.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
but Leo, you got to remember that God's outside of time and space. So, I mean, come on, Kent wins.
And I don't mean
Hands
to
down.
derail the conversation on this at all, but I did have one question that I wanted to ask to make sure that my understanding of this is correct. But the space, like in between all the atoms, like in my hand, is technically expanding. It's just that the force that binds like the atoms to each other is like counteracting that expansion of the space between them. Correct? Or is this
attract,
just something
baby.
that the expansion is
At
only
least-
In a
really a
sense.
factor at grand cosmological levels?
I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to defer to Andrew here. That is actually something I'm not sure about. I think he might have some things to say about that, though. I have heard that it's that there is a sense in which space is expanding, like even like in an atom, but it's just so like it would be expanding by factors so much infinitesimally smaller than a Planck scale that like they're not even remotely measurable. Just they don't even ignore them. They don't exist. That's if like just act that way.
Well, I mean,
And all the other forces are almost always in every situation going to like the universe can't expand fast enough to like rip atoms apart in virtue of its expansion being metric and increasing, being something intrinsic to the scale in space-time. So I think that you're correct, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, the way I usually handle that kind of question, I take a more contrived approach, I guess. I think about in terms of the mathematical solutions of general relativity itself.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, there is one solution to the Einstein field equations, the Schwarzschild solution, that gives you a black hole, or you
At
can
least you got the
approximate
pronunciation right. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you. That you can kind of approximate that, or a planet, or the solar system, pretty much. But in that solution, space-time is not expanding. It's only when you applied the Friedman equations to the universe as a whole that you get a solution where space-time is expanding. So it's kind of in a sense, it's expanding on small scales, but according to the mathematics of general relativity itself, the solution where space-time is expanding is only at large scales, where roughly space is filled evenly with matter and energy, pretty much.
I think
I
it's that
definitely expanded this Christmas by eating a lot.
That's the
I
other
think
way.
that's probably true for all of us. But yeah, Andrew, I think that would definitely be a really good way of looking at it.
Like I said,
Because
it's probably a more nuanced approach
Oh,
to it, but
yeah,
I think it's
but
a better way of
still
understanding
accurate.
it. Yeah.
yeah,
No, that
um,
definitely makes a lot of sense. Like I'm still not sure exactly if I have like a firm conceptual grasp
Well,
on like the small scale, but as just an explanation of the overall like mathematics of like how this is emerging in general relativity, that clears it up a ton actually.
Yeah, because you can think about it in terms of a planet, treat it as like a giant point particle, basically. In that sense, you're not going to get expanding space from that because the equations you just don't get that from the deeper mathematics behind it. Whereas if you have a chunk of space-time just really large and it's homogeneous and isotropic, meaning it's the same in all locations in all directions respectively, then you're going to get expanding space-time. And of course, the only way that happens is on large scales where galaxies are roughly distributed pretty evenly.
I think it has to do with the metric tensor, that
Yeah.
the rate at which it increases on like atomic scales is like, what is it, like 40 something mod or 60 something mod decimal points in. Like it's just not even, like it like ignore it. It effectively doesn't exist. Where on cosmological scales, the whole number is increasing, which in turn gives the idea that the scale in space-time is growing.
One of the odd anomalies in physics. Why is gravity so weak? Something we need to explain.
Yeah.
Okay,
I still think
on that note about quantum gravity, I'm gonna head out and get ready for my my debate with Kent. So hopefully it'll be a fun
Hey,
and
what's the topic?
minimally painful experience. Hopefully, what was that?
Call him Mr. Hoven the whole night. He likes that.
Oh yeah. Can I ask what the topic is? I'm assuming biology related, but perhaps not.
My plan, so I've already had one debate with Kent, so my plan was to sort of touch on some stuff from the last debate, but the main focus was going to be on the fossil record and then debunking some of his age of the Earth stuff.
Ooh.
So talking about, Earth spin and the sun shrinking and the magnetic field and all his little favorite little go-tos for trying to say that the Earth is young and it can't be billions of years old, the moon receding, all that stuff. I'm going to try to touch on and just debunk, because it's pretty easy and quick to debunk all those.
There you all go. One of those uniformitarian people.
Ah, damn. Oh. And the thing is, Pat, is these atheists, they don't have a foundation for the regularity and uniformity of nature. And that's the thing. That's why atheism is false.
Well, please don't tell Kent that or I'll be ruined. Anyways, y'all, thanks for letting me join.
Take care, man. Good luck.
Thanks for stopping by,
Grayson.
Break a leg. Don't break a leg. Just break Kent Hovind.
Having a debate with Kent Hovind's about as enjoyable as putting your hand down a meat shredder. I mean, it's just, why would you do
I had a run-in with him once, and it wasn't as long as a debate, fortunately, but it was something.
Yeah. Was it
I just want to point out Gur's still running because now there's an opening. But
yeah, get your ass in here, Gur. Well, I have to wait for my girlfriend to go to bed because she has the TV really loud. Nobody cares. Get the fuck in here. Quit being a bitch. Come on. This fucking guy. He always says he's gonna join. I don't think he's joined one of my streams. He didn't even fucking join on my 1,000 subscriber celebration. This little shit. And he's not gonna join tonight. Watch. Fuck. I just spilled.
I'm still trying to figure out who he actually is. Is Gur Streams Gurmania? I mean, it's kind of like we, you say that midnight, but are we? But sure?
Really? Are we? Yeah. Are we sure?
You never see him in the same place. Superman.
We never see him at all.
Superman, Clark Kent, water, H2O. It's kind of the same thing. Exactly. That's an interesting question. If I have one molecule, so let's say that I have, and this is just going to be a contrived hypothetical here. I have a 1 nanometer by 1 nanometer solid piece of glass. And it's just a glass. There's no dust or anything on it. Ideal scenario. Spherical cow, if you know what I mean, kind of scenario. I have one molecule of water on this little itty bitty teeny tiny glass plane, I guess you could say. Do I have water on the plane, or do I simply have a molecule on this glass plane? What say you?
I'm gonna.
I haven't taken a science class in a while, so
I'm going to say you have a single molecule, because it wouldn't have
Kelvin.
like some of the properties that we associate with water wouldn't be there, like the ability to form meniscus and some other things. So I'm going to just hazard single molecule.
I agree with Pat. It's a single molecule of water. Can it confer wetness to something? Does it flow? Can it quench your thirst? Is it clear? Is it liquid? Or is liquid something that's an amalgam of behavior, or a result of the behavior of an amalgam of molecules? So I'm with Pat on this. I don't think a single molecule of water, or a single molecule of H2O, I think you can say a single molecule of water, but it isn't water. You don't have water on a surface where there's one.
Being more than the sum of its parts.
What's that?
You're basically talking about something being more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, the concept of emergence.
Yep, emergence.
Yeah.
And this is another thing, is that like if we were to go back like 1,500 years, they didn't know what the fuck H2O was. They didn't know what hydrogen was. They didn't know what oxygen was. They didn't know what chemistry was or molecular bonds. None of that. They didn't even know what the fuck electricity was. But they knew what water was. How? If water is H2O in like the most strict sense, I think it is in some analytic sense, but I don't know about like some strict, super strict sense.
Well, I mean,
how would they have known what water was?
Pure water is H2O. It's just water. Just that water has a lot of extra stuff.
You're telling me all the lead in my water is not water? Are you telling me that? No, I don't believe that.
It's an additive bonus, kind of like vitamins and minerals.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's because water isn't known. When people think about water, they're not thinking about the molecule of H2O. They're thinking about, the wetness that it can confer to other things, its liquidity, its fluidity, its clearness, its ability to quench thirst, its necessity to human life. They're thinking about a variety of other properties rather than its atomic structure. So it seems that
I'm guessing
what's really
those criteria, we're not considering something like ice water then, right?
Well, it's a good question. Would you consider ice to be water?
Oh, no, you're turning it around on me. Like I said, I guess if we're considering water to be based on the liquid properties, and I guess it's not really water per se, is it?
You would think that freezing water will actually get the molecules to be together, to be packed together. But no, apparently
it does.
Freezing. I thought it was the thing to where when you froze it, the molecules actually move apart from each other.
Well, I don't know about whether they move closer or apart. I don't really know what that means with respect to molecules, given their size and their behavior. But I know that the molecules, their movement around each other is significantly more limited in a solid state, which is why they take on a solid state. The molecules can't roll around each other as they otherwise would. It's more rigid. That's sort of in a molecular sense. What's the difference between a liquid and a solid? Is the ability of the molecules to sort of roll around each other. Kind of like how, if you've ever seen videos like of the Sahara Desert where like there's sand blowing and it almost looks like water, like a brown water flowing across. It's like how all those sand molecules can roll across and around each other. You could pick them up and move them away from each other. They can move. Whereas if you took salt or rather sand and you compacted it, those sand grains can't move around each other in the same way. And so that's going to change their behavior. So that's sort of a like middle school, I guess.
Have you ever made sandcastles?
I honestly don't know. If I have, I don't remember specifically doing that.
Oh wow.
On the topic
I
of
know what you're
sand,
talking about, Midnight.
What?
I think I know what you're talking about, sort of. When you
Well,
play
I
with
mean,
sand and it gets like hard and then it can get soft really easily. It depends
And
on
it gets
the
everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's getting into more like structural properties, like things like ductility, plasticity, elasticity, hardness, brittleness, tensile strength. Like I can take a bunch of like wet beach sand, and if I pack enough of it into a nice pillar, I could hold up a whole fucking pickup truck. But then somebody could come along with a sword and slice right through it like it's
Water
a piece of fucking
expands when
butter.
that's what I mean.
And that just
Water
has to do with broader structural
Leo.
properties of that
Leo.
whole collection of
Leo.
sand.
Water
Huh?
expands when frozen, he means.
Yeah.
Which that's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's one of the unique properties of water, right? Versus other
Yep.
solids.
Water is unique there.
You know, it's
Doesn't so yeah, I mean like water expands and it freezes doesn't have to do with like some sort of like relation between the molecules or something like that. Something about that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google this. Hold on.
I think so.
I
I think
think
it's
it
just
has
kind of
something
like
to
how
do with,
like
like, the-
carbon is.
Does water expand? There we go. Why does water expand when it freezes? Let's find this.
I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like the arrangement, because it's a polar molecule, so how they're arranged with respect to one another.
Yes,
wrong.
the crystalline
It's God.
arrangement is the the crystalline arrangement that water takes when it's frozen is less dense than that of the molecules in liquid form, which make the ice less dense than when it's in liquid form as water, which means that the volume expands approximately by 9%.
Yeah, look at that. I was right. I was just using the wrong language. Cool. You know.
It expands.
You really scared me there, Pat, with that convincing wrong.
Man, we've got one spot open in Gers. Bitch ass can't join.
I mean, Breeze in the chat.
Yeah, I was just about to say Bree's here. She'll probably join. So
Yeah, I'd rather have Bree on here than Kerr.
yeah, well, I mean, if Ger doesn't want to join my streams, then he can be. Then he needs to start fucking hosting them. All right, okay, guy. You are either the host or you're the guest. Now figure out which one you want to fucking be. Okay. All right.
Yep, as I don't want to butcher his name, says that's why ice floats.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but it's not just that. I also want to point out one of the reasons ice floats is because as water gets colder, the percent of oxygen in it, dissolved oxygen, goes up as well.
Oh, really?
Hotter
I
water,
didn't know
less
that.
oxygen. So yeah, as water gets warmer, it contains less oxygen. It's the reason fish can't live in warm water.
Oh, that's right. Okay, now I know what you're talking about.
Fight me,
Right,
Midnight. Yeah,
so,
okay.
and
Kerr. Get on here.
At freezing, it has a high level of dissolved oxygen as well, which adds to buoyancy. Because I know there's a study, and I can't remember the experiment, but if it was just the freezing, it would barely float, but it floats a lot more because of the dissolved oxygen. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, she's driving something. Okay, never mind.
Wait, she's driving down today? I thought she was okay. Okay.
On the
I thought she was already
topic
down there.
of water and sand, but somewhat unrelated, I may go on a little geological rant here, but it really drives me up the wall when all these young earth creationists out there and what are obviously like desert sand dune formations that are prehistorically frozen, so to speak, and they say, oh, it's just a global flood. All those unique desert features that I for some reason can't think of offhand. It's just a global flood, and the glacial ones too, and the lake deposits, and all that. It's all a flood.
I keep hearing you speak, Andrew, and I'm just reminded of the few times you've had a discussion with Otangelo, and I would just love to see one of those right now. It's too bad Otangelo won't join one of my streams. None of it. You know what? I should like tag him in like praise, and I don't even know if praise even is ever on his Twitter. And LPP on their Twitter to be like, I'm live. You guys should join. They would.
I had
pussies.
Gur, I had the same thought. Andrew, next time you say you know what really grinds my gears. I had the same thought, Gur.
I see what you're. Yeah. Yep, showing my inner LPP, I guess.
Walks out. Come on, Gur. We'll fight. We'll do it for charity. I'll even let you wear a mask so no one sees how ugly you are. It's luchador.
I'm actually surprised that Maddox hasn't done anything recently. It's actually kind of a shame because he's one of the few people who haven't blocked me and others right now.
And the credit that I'll give him is that like over the last year and a half, he's actually his streams have improved a lot.
I'll give him
he's gotten
that,
a little bit more lenient, which I'm grateful for because
Yeah.
But the thing is, I think he kind of realized that you kind of have to be to some extent if you want people to come to your channel. Like if you're just super strict, kick people all the time, people are just not going to come to your channel to be in it or to watch because people kind of want to see a little bit of not like aggression and like dumpster fire, but people want to see some disagreement. They want to see a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Not aggression, not tension. Oh fuck.
A little bit of confrontation.
There you go. Thank you, Pat. Confrontation. I want to see it, but in like a respectful way. That's what I like to see.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what a lot of people. And there are times when it's like, oh, I'm going to watch this. This is going to be an absolute dumpster fire because it's fucking funny. And I think that there's a lot of people that are realizing that when you just like run your channel like a dictator, that's just not going to happen. People aren't going to want to be confrontational because they're going to realize they're immediately going to be removed from the conversation.
Do you want a full-blown, nice, juicy barbecue meal, or do you want nice junk food with all that sugar? So, I don't know.
We got a new model of pickup truck. It's called the Dodge Maddox.
Dodge
It's a 2500. Comes with a big old 5.9 Cummins. We still got the Cummins engine in there. We ain't gonna get rid of that for you guys. Give you guys that big inline 6 power, 6 in a row, ready to tow 8 in a V. You probably sit down to pee.
Coded? Do you know how that thing's coded all together?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about like
with
ECM.
Divine
programming.
language. It's divine language, and just so you know, it has irreducible complexity, even though it's
And the genetic code is a code.
right.
Yeah.
And there are factories and cells. Cells are factories.
No, that's a no tangible thing. I won't grant you that one.
Yeah, but cells are factories, though.
Yeah.
Do you know what the hours are in a cell? It's brutal. It's 12 hours a day. Like our bodies are the like most capitalist thing ever because of all those
12 hours a
factories.
day. Don't you mean 24 hours a day? I mean, your body is
Technically, yeah.
when you
It's
sleep.
36 hours a day, actually. Yeah, cells run on a different time than we do. What?
What?
I mean,
What? Huh?
technically, if you want to get really technical.
Dude, okay. Ger's starting to piss me off, dude. This guy is just sitting here in the chat.
Ban him from the chat.
Dude, I really am tempted to like put him in timeout or like hide him from because if I do that, he just won't fucking join. Because that's the kind of guy that he is.
Yeah,
Do
he's
it.
a whiner.
Come on.
He's a whiner.
He
That's it. I
acts
mean,
like he's so special. Everybody's got to join his channels, but I can't join your channel. Oh, no.
Leo, make me a mod. I'll time him out for you.
Yeah, but then he might not join. Aren't you a mod already? You should be.
No,
Are you not?
I'm not.
Be the higher man. Leo.
Well, I will make you a mod, just not right now because I don't want your streams to not join, and I know you'll time his ass out.
So,
And he's what's up?
oh, I was just gonna say, Pat, I didn't know you were into the history of Hoyle recently.
So, my first couple years of college, I couldn't decide if I wanted to be a chemical engineer or a microbiologist, so I took some physics.
Okay.
Because I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for advanced calculus, I may have stayed with chemical engineering, but nope.
Okay.
You shouldn't. You
Whoa.
shouldn't. I know advanced calculus can be like, oh my god, my
What's wrong with analysis, though?
my eyes glaze over.
Yeah,
That was probably
But
your
it's not
reaction.
that hard, though. It's
Yeah,
not. It's
he
really
said-
not. It's
Mr.
just
Genius
long.
here.
for me.
It's just
Mr.
like
Genius
long
here.
and boring, but it's not like difficult. It's one of those things where like if you've ever played a video game and you have to do a quest, and the quest isn't like hard, but it's just like really fucking long, and you're just like, oh, I got to do all these fucking steps. And like if it's not hard, but you just got like 1.5 million, 1,000 trillion billion steps to do before you finish it. That is what multivariate and like higher dimensional calculus is like. It's really not like difficult. It's just like annoying. Like, why the fuck? Like, who wants to spend this much time trying to like? Isn't that why we built computers? Like, isn't that what they're there for?
Hey,
like, what the fuck are we doing?
Leo.
Huh?
Talk sexy to me.
Well,
that's what you just did. Multivariable calculus and like talk sexy.
Higher order, yeah, like higher dimensional calculus, yeah. Analysis.
Too bad you're straight.
I saw that Mr. DeTukker is here. I don't think he'll join though. I think Pat's gonna probably scare him off.
Wait. Is that the seventh day guy?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! No, I cannot handle.
No, we're not talking about that here. If he wants to come in and talk about some other stuff, I'm okay with that. But we're not doing 7-day shit here. That's I'm over that.
I genuinely think the guy's mentally ill.
I don't think that. I think he's kind of just like a Poe on the internet. Anyway,
let's not talk about him while he's not here to defend himself.
But we can talk about Gur while he's not here to defend himself.
Yeah, that's the exception.
Oh man, I love how Gur is just he's almost become a punching bag. Oh fuck! How's it feel that it's no longer you, Midnight?
Well, it's good. It feels good. I have transcended from punching bag to I don't know what's.
I don't know what comes after that, honestly. Speed bag, maybe.
Nice fluffy pill.
I love how Gur is acting like he doesn't have maybe he doesn't have a laptop. I kind of figured he did. Or that he can't like just move his computer to a different room.
For fuck's sake, Mrs. Mania is usually in bed by now. I swear she knows I'll join a stream as soon as she goes to bed. And I think that's why she's postponing the inevitable.
Oh my god!
Even Mike was throwing me shade the other day. I was like, what the fuck?
Man, I should have fucking tagged Doug. He might have joined. I actually like Doug. I know a lot of people.
Inevitable talk there, starting to sound like Thanos. Everything should be balanced.
Yes.
I actually like Doug. I know there's a lot of people that don't. They say, "Oh, he's a racist," and I just don't think so.
Can we take a second to actually analyze what Gur is just saying? He's basically saying that his wife is doing an intervention right now. Mrs. Gur is actually staying awake, like watching the heroin addict so they won't use right now. It's saying, hey, the minute I go to sleep, you're going to run to your addiction. That's what he's just copped out to. I'm sure what she's doing right now is nodding off, and he's promising, I won't do the stream, baby. I won't do the stream. There's a computer over there in the corner, and it's just waiting to happen. Like, maybe we should keep Gur off for his own good. Like, maybe he has a problem.
No, we got to bring him in for his own good.
Do your husband duties. Forget about
this guy.
What do you mean by
never joins anybody else's streams. This fucking guy. Like, rarely does he join somebody else's stream. Rarely. But then he expects everybody to, you gotta join my streams, guys. What are you doing? No, you can join my streams too.
Hey, Parker, welcome back.
Yo.
You in the middle of a storm?
No, I have 2 screens, and my main screen on my laptop froze, and I have this stream on a different monitor, and I was like, oh god damn, I can't restart the whatever I was running earlier, and I was like, fuck it, I'll restart the whole thing.
Yeah,
I couldn't click on this at all, and I was like, what the hell?
Oh.
I'm surprised Tara hasn't come in here. I was actually expecting to see him pop up. When Parker popped up, that's who I thought it was at first. And I was like, oh, it's Parker. And then Gur's still sitting there coming up with excuses in the chat because, that's just this fucking guy, man.
On another random note, anyone else fascinated by jellyfish lately? Or just me?
I mean,
I have been in the past.
The only jellyfish I'm fascinated by is the immortal jellyfish.
I was actually just about to bring that up. Like, yeah, did you know? Well, it's not technically a jellyfish; it's a hydrozoan. It's not a true jellyfish, but it is, for all intents and purposes, immortal.
And that's why we have you on the show, is for useful bits of information like that.
I try.
What is going on?
I see. So I must be trapped to liver then, Pat.
Huh? Wow. Y'all must be tired
Well,
tonight, huh?
Traeger, you. I thought that's why.
Yeah, I
we're here.
thought where's the videos? We're
Do
just
we have
talking.
another video?
I can't.
Whatever.
I can't do that. Just give me 1 second. There's something I need to do
More.
here
More.
We're just-
quickly. But we can definitely do more. Fuck yeah. Who's not down to fucking laugh their ass off at PragerU videos? Come on now. They're fucking ridiculous.
Do they have any climate change stuff?
I can certainly find out.
I
sure
don't want
they
to
do.
pick up the topic here, but I'd be interested in seeing what they're all about on that.
Well, they have one on the causes of the Civil War. That's very interesting.
Oh.
Yeah,
we
that
already
one.
knew
That one's a little. So what the fuck was that? My mouse is doing some strange things. Alrighty.
I was watching a video about like some guy reading a book from 1855, and there was a PragerU like ad on the bottom of my screen, and I thought it was the funniest thing because
It was
there was
kinda
just
funny.
a lot of racist stuff from this book this guy was reading, and I was like, "Wow, PragerU, really want to advertise this, hey?"
The cherry on top.
Oh,
Climate emergency.
Word that means dangerously overconfident. Based on my research, hubris fairly describes our current response to the issue of climate change. Here's what many people believe.
Leo, should we look this guy
Planet
up
is
real
warming
quick?
catastrophically.
What?
Should we look this guy up real quick? I'm just curious.
I remember
Yeah,
what
who
his
is this
name
guy?
was.
He's
Steve
like-
Koonin.
Steve Koonin.
Well, it says he's former undersecretary for science in the Obama administration. So he was an undersecretary. That doesn't really mean anything. Steve E. Koonin.
kind of
Is this
reminds
the
me of
guy?
that Discovery Institute signature thing once, where they had all those non-scientists sign.
Yeah, Stephen Elliott Koonin is an American theoretical physicist and former director of the Center for Urban Science and Progress at New York University. He is also a professor in the Department of Civil and Urban Engineering at NYU's Tandon School of Engineering. That's New York University for anybody who's too stupid to have figured that out. From 2004 to 2009, Koonin was employed by BP, that's British Petroleum, for the same reason, as the oil and gas company's chief scientist. From 2009 to 2011, he was Undersecretary for Science, Department of Energy in the Obama administration.
cool.
Like I said, they get a bunch of like people who like aren't like illegitimate, but they just give like pay them like $5,000 and give them a script to read,
Yeah,
and then they do.
it just have enough legitimacy.
Mm-hmm. It's like who do you think would do this? It's like, hey,
But
would
he's
you
not. But he's not a climate scientist.
Nope.
This is important. He's a
Mhm.
theoretical physicist.
Yeah.
Stay in your lane.
Oh, and it's funny
Something to
here.
learn.
He's got a section on his Wikipedia page that literally says views on climate change. Koonin became publicly involved in the policy debate about climate change, starting with a Wall Street Journal opinion piece in 2017, in which he floated the idea of a red team, blue team exercise for climate change, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. In 2018, the Environmental Protection Agency, under the leadership of Scott Pruitt, proposed a public debate on climate change to refute the 2017 Climate Science Special Report. According to a draft press release edited by Koonin and William Happer, Princeton physics professor and director of the CO2 Coalition, they planned red team, blue team exercises to challenge the scientific consensus on climate. The draft was never released and the plans were not carried out. In 2019, the Trump administration proposed to create a, quote, presidential committee on climate security, end quote, at the National Security Council that would conduct an adversarial review of the scientific consensus on climate change. Koonin was actively involved in recruiting others to be part of this review. The committee was scrapped in favor of an initiative not subject to the same level of public disclosure as a formal advisory committee. In 2021, Koonin published a book, Unsettled, What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters. So essentially, he's been openly a part of right-wing propagandist campaigns against the validity of climate change.
Well, that's don't you know, Leo? That's the best kind of trustworthy there.
Oh, you know it.
Here's what many people believe. 1, the planet is warming catastrophically because of certain human behaviors. 2,
Which is objectively true.
That's an objective fact.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
like that.
bad.
Yeah, that
Like-
okay. So 1 is a fact.
Okay, we could quibble about what catastrophic means. Like, what do we mean by catastrophic there? But like, I think everyone who's seen the climate predictions would say, yeah, that's going to be pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Somebody wanted to say something?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut someone off.
No, I don't think you cut it. Somebody. Sorry. Okay.
thanks to powerful computers, we can project what the climate will be like 20, 40, or even 100 years from now.
Yeah. Yes. That is another thing that we can do in reliable ways. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why is he bringing this up now?
Uh-oh.
I smell a
3,
trap.
Somebody said, "Uh-oh."
I said uh-oh because, this could lead to something.
Oh, it's gonna lead to something.
Oh yeah.
that if we eliminate just one behavior, the burning of fossil fuels, we can prevent the climate from changing for as long as we like. Each of the
No,
Well,
that's not
just
what
that.
scientists say. Scientists don't say that this is one thing that's gonna happen. However, the thing is that the usage of fossil fuels is the primary driver of climate change. It's almost
It's a big one.
exclusively what's causing it. But it's that there are a number of different things that are going to have to be changed in order to eliminate the usage of fossil fuels. So no climate change or no climate expert is going to say like this is one monolithic thing and this one, it's just an easy solution. Like, no, that's not how this works. And see, this is that oversimplification of a nuanced and serious problem that is done by right-wing sources propped up by the same industries that stand to lose billions of dollars in profit if we make the necessary changes to stop these problems. This is what they do. They try to paint the picture in a way as if the scientists are being this overly reactionary thing about it, and they're saying that it's one problem and there's just one solution. No, that's not how this works.
But to give an example, I think some researcher, I forget who it is, but he did an analysis of everything that goes into making a single cheeseburger and the carbon emissions of that and everything that goes into that. And when you add up all the cheeseburgers the average American population eats each year, it's pretty significant. So it's not just cutting off fossil fuel emissions. We're going to need to change some other aspects of our society.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and if I remember correctly, we're at the point now, even if we eliminated just fossil fuels, right, we wouldn't just return to a zero climate.
Right,
issue,
yeah.
right? We'd still it's a big factor, but not the only factor we need to mitigate now.
Yeah.
It's basically at this point making it any less worse than it could be. Mitigating the effects, potentially. Sorry, what were you going to say, Parker?
Individual... I was going to say, I had to give a speech about, pollution and stuff, and a shocking thing I figured out was that, humans now produce, as individuals, produce as much as, the Industrial Revolution did, 200 years ago or whatever, but, compared to how... I mean, that's after 200 years, but the industries now produce over, 50% of everything. Electricity consumption is mainly used by industries, 50%, and so it's more than fossil fuels. It's a lot of industry, infrastructure, and all kinds of stuff.
71% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from the world's largest 100 corporations. Yeah, and this is why I'm opposed to the electric vehicles and the, getting rid of plastic straws and all this individualistically based shit that's just not it doesn't matter, and it's not going to help,
Yeah.
because the problem isn't the average person and what they're doing. The problem is the systems under which they live that produce the things that they consume. People can't help but consume what it is that they have available to them. They don't have control over how it's produced or what materials are used or anything like that. So the problem is, well, really the problem is going to be rooted in the productive forces and how humans have organized them.
Now that's not to say we don't have a say in the matter of how or what we're given. We can change that. It's just, yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't think so?
No.
I think like 75% of like all things Americans like recycle that think are like being recycled are actually not, and just sent into a landfill.
Yeah, I wouldn't
in
be
like
surprised.
China. And it's actually kind of getting bad with recycling, because even China is like rejecting landfill requests, and because of that they're really rerouting that stuff to like Thailand and Vietnam and all these other places, which have a lot better or a lot worse containing facilities.
Moving the problem
which,
somewhere else.
yeah, it's really bad in some places, and it's not like an individual's fault. Like, I recycle paper, but like I know a good chance of that paper is actually just going to go to wasteland or something, and it's not my fault that's happening. It's institutional's faults.
Well, it's because it's currently we still have an attitude of consumerism involved with recycling. There are a few countries that have engaged in near net zero. They aren't truly net zero recycling plans, but they're very expensive. It's the same thing with like desalination, right? Like Israel engages in desalination, but it's very expensive. And so other countries are like, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to develop those technologies in our country. Same thing with recycling. Recycling is actually fairly labor and cost intensive to actually, but you can
Right.
I can't remember the exact percentage, but it's somewhere between 98% of typical things that come into your garbage can be recycled or composted in that way where it's near net zero, but it's expensive. So, you know, like no one sorts glass anymore. There used to be a robust recycling of glass, but now we've gone to aluminum cans, and aluminum cans are just something it's more cost beneficial for companies, but maybe not for the environment, but we don't regulate it like we used to.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the economics.
And well, it's not really about the economics so much as it is about the interests of the people who own the forces through which humans produce the things that they produce. I mean, they're the ones that ultimately the decision lies with. Like, we live in the ways that we do under the productive forces that we do because of the people who own them, whose interest it naturally is going to be to sustaining the systems that have afforded them the power and the control that they currently enjoy. And that is why we see like the fossil fuel industry funding anti-climate change stuff, because they're more concerned with protecting the interests that they have, which is maintaining the industries that have afforded them massive amounts of economic capital and thereby massive amounts of political power and control over society, than they are with actually ensuring that that very same society has any chance of surviving long into the future. When you're a 73-year-old or 76-year-old or 82-year-old CEO or like, you know, majority stakeholder in a fossil fuel company that makes $39 billion a year, you don't really give a shit what's going to happen to the world in 20 years. That's the last of your concerns.
Yeah. It's as many others have said, it's the tobacco industry all over again.
Well, it's not just it's the tobacco. It's every industry that's existed over the last roughly 170 to 200 years. Tobacco industries, tea industries, coffee industries, sugar, alcohol, railroad, steel and iron, mining, all of them. It's always been the same. I mean, even going back hundreds of years, this is sort of straying off topic, but even going back hundreds of years, it's always been the same. I'm sorry, go ahead, Pat.
I was going to say, you guys ever seen the really bad movie from about 30 years ago called Biodome?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it. Maybe like small bits and pieces.
It's back when Pauly Shore actually could do comedy. And it's about a scientific team that's going to live for a year in a sealed habitat and be completely self-sustained, quote unquote, cut off to show that you can live in, you know, in a form of ecological balance, right? And then Pauly Shore and this other guy get in there and they screw everything up. They smoke, they do all this, and it throws it off, right? Now, that's not important. But like if we actually engaged in that kind of activity where we would limit people within regions, like if we started putting domes over cities, and I'm not saying we should do this, but I'm saying if we did as an experiment, you would see people's policies change pretty rapidly. Right? But because it's imperceptible pollution, we don't feel we need to act.
Yeah.
You know, it's this, well, those people are doing it, but I don't have to worry about it here because my water's clean.
If we could see CO2, things would be a lot different.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the interest that
Unfortunately,
the
we
average
can't.
person has aren't going to be geared toward like, hey, I should be worried about what society is going to be like in 20 years. It's more like, hey, how the fuck am I going to pay my electric bill that's due in 4 days when I've got like $39.27 in my account and I don't get paid for another 6 days?
So what's the solution to this climate change situation?
Well, I mean, that's quite a complex question to ask because the answer is complex, or rather the other way around. Scratch that. Reverse it. Anyway.
Reverse card.
Because there's going to be several things that are going to need to be done. It's not like we can just do one. Like that's kind of what I was criticizing when I first stopped the video here, is that this isn't one solution to one problem. There's a variety of things related to the productive forces that humans live under that are going to need to be changed. How we produce things, transportation, all that stuff that are just going to have to slowly be changed. I think that government's making the initiative to put massive taxes on the extraordinarily wealthy, invest the money into upgrading our energy grids, our transportation, public transportation, nuclear energy, solar energy, wind, hydroelectric, utilizing things like hemp, things like bamboo, and a variety of other plants for all the textiles, because the majority of textiles that humans produce can come from plants in recyclable and renewable ways. There's just a variety of measures that humans could do. But you also shouldn't expect that some people on YouTube have all the answers. These are also going to be things that experts related to this are going to have to come together and brainstorm about. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people miss, and this will be my point before anybody else wants to speak. My final point is that this isn't a one person can solve this one problem by doing this one solution. This is quite a broad, quite a nuanced issue. The solution to it is going to require a lot of work from a lot of people over long periods of time. And this is what I think people miss. These kinds of things are going to take humans broadly working together to solve them. And if we can't do that, then we will fucking suffer the consequences until we reach a point where enough humans stand up and say that they're willing to work together to solve those very problems.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, you spoke about expertise, and I'm wondering, do you agree with the advocates of climate change, and do you trust them that their motivation is something that's sincere, that they're really worried about the planet? For example, go ahead.
Well, all I was going to say was, I think the only motivation to people that I speak to about this is to just parse out what the information is. I don't think they have any other underlying motivations behind the things that they say.
Well, I think I don't know if you're familiar with the encyclical by the Pope. It's called Laudato Si, and he, according to his expertise, he is suggesting that people should keep Sunday holy as a day of rest, so that we can cleanse the planet and do good to the earth. So, do you think that's a good solution?
Well, I think that's really vague. I don't see why we should focus one day on like taking care of things. Why can't we do that every day?
I totally understand, but the issue is
really arbitrary.
I totally agree. But unfortunately, the people who are advocates for climate change, the governments of the world, are saying that they are willing to implement the Pope's encyclical. So how would you react to that, given the fact that...
Well, I would need to know what it says. Like, does it actually outline specifics with respect to where modern society exists, the technological advances that it exists under, and the data that is at hand with respect to where we are? concerning the climate and the solutions that are most likely to bring about a mitigation of those issues? Or is it just like some vague and really ambiguous, hey, let's do something to fix this problem that currently exists in society? Like what is it proposing that we do?
Good point. Basically, the main focus of the encyclical is called Laudato Si, which all governments have agreed to implement. The number one focus is to keep Sunday worship, a Sunday rest. I'm wondering why atheists, religious people, and all of these people are uniting under this banner. Why would they want us to keep Sunday holy in order to save the planet? I see something kind of suspicious about that.
Well, I don't. Number one, I don't think there's any evidence that that's actually happening. I would need to see evidence that that's like the plan that most people are advocating for. That's the way, because I don't think that it is. But
in Germany,
other than that, I do have to go to the bathroom quick, and then I got to run downstairs. But I'll be back in like a minute. But I'll still be listening.
Yeah, no problem. Germany actually applied it, and there are many Eastern European countries which have implemented the Sunday rest edict from the Pope. Even in Jamaica, they've applied it as well. So there are countries who are implemented this endeavor brought forth by the Pope, the papacy. So this is not something that I'm just saying is a theory or something that they're trying to apply. It's already being applied in our day. No, nobody's speaking. That's why there's no sound.
You don't have sound, Pat? Or are you able to turn on your mic?
He's not speaking, so I guess it's not going to work out.
Hey, Mutable, I see you inside chat.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was see everything kind of just
problem.
dies down when I run downstairs to run to the bathroom and run to grab a beer.
Did you hear my response to what you said?
Yeah, I don't really remember it. Something. What the fuck was
it's
that?
already been implemented. His edict has already been applied or implemented in many countries. Eastern European countries, Jamaica also applied it. Sunday rest, especially during the so-called pandemic. So this has already been applied.
Point to all this?
I'm just trying to. The reason why I have my own reason of because I understand the purpose behind it, but I'm just trying to figure out what your understanding of it is. Why is the Pope,
of what?
Your understanding of the Pope being the author of this encyclical, which stipulates that every nation has to keep Sunday.
Well, I don't really understand it. It's not something I've looked at. It's not something I really care about. It's not something that exists or is mentioned in any of the academic literature I've been exposed to, or any of the academic experts that I've spoken to. So I don't know anything about it.
Okay, so you don't know about it. So I guess you're gonna have to wait until it comes in the United States, because it's already been implemented in many countries. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, that's fine. There's a lot of things that are getting implemented a lot of places. Most of it not really having anything to do with climate change. So,
well, yeah, I fail to see how that would affect policies regarding climate change. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I totally understand. But the fact of the matter is that governments have all signed up to this edict. So whether or not you
evidence of this, like something that you can show that there's some like international document that like talks about an idea specifically developed by the Pope that all these countries are signing on to?
Yeah, it's called the Laudato Si.
Yeah, do you have a link? Do you have a link that you can like put in the
I
private
think you
chat
could
or
do.
something like that?
I could search it for you if you would like, but
well,
if you
I
go quick-
would, since you're the one that's making the
Okay,
claim
so
about this. I would like you to provide the evidence of your
I
claim that you are making. That is kind of how it goes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll get it for you in a couple of seconds.
Not to sound rude or anything, but yeah, like if somebody makes a claim, then you're gonna back it up. I don't have to go out and try to. No, that's your job. You're making that claim. You give me the evidence that it's true. I don't go out and find it. That's not how it works. So hopefully Immutable will join. He usually does.
Yeah,
Gurr on the other hand, this little bitch. Oh no, my girlfriend wants to watch another episode. He's gonna be fucking snoring in 15 minutes. This fucking guy, man.
So I guess we're not gonna finish the other video.
We
That's
can.
Okay. Oh,
Did you want
just
to?
because you brought it down, I didn't know if you still want to go through it or not.
I just got to figure out where we were at.
I don't know. Do you have a vote, Pat? Can you say anything yet?
Yeah, I was back. I just had a loose cable on my earphones.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do the video or whatever.
Oh, we don't have anything else to talk about.
We can prevent the climate from changing for as long as we like. Each of these presumptions, together the basis of our hubris regarding the changing climate, is either untrue or so far off the mark as to be useless. Yes, it's true that the globe is warming and that humans are exerting a warming influence upon it. But beyond that, to paraphrase a line from the classic movie The Princess Bride, I do not think the science says what you think it says. For example,
what?
Oh, he's stealing that. Do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, I got that. It's just, well, he'll probably say it in a sec.
I don't. Hold on. Let me just.
Government reports state clearly that heat waves in the U.S. are now no more common than they were in 1900.
That's false. Like, that's
So
just false.
Yeah.
Every major organization in like the last 6 years has talked about how every successive year has been the hottest year on record. And then the
Well,
next
right,
year
exactly,
is like, this is just demonstrably fucking.
What I think he's conflating is frequency versus severity, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
So
man, that
he's
happens
saying,
all the
well, we're
time.
not having any. It's kind of like we're not having any more earthquakes, even if the earthquakes are becoming more destructive because
Right.
they're at greater intensity. He's using the same analogy, like
Right.
we're not
Yeah.
having any
Same
more
thing with
force-
like hurricanes and all that.
right.
They may be becoming less frequent, but they're becoming even more intense due to climate change.
Well,
Or they're
and,
more
and you
likely
know
to
that,
become more intense.
and actually, I think I don't want to misquote Jason Torn, but I don't know if this is where I heard it from.
Okay.
May have been another climate scientist. We've also changed the designation on what a hurricane is. So when you look at older data, we have tropical storms now. That was a category that wasn't defined 100 years ago, right? So something was either a hurricane or it wasn't, versus these gradations that we've worked into the system. So when you start crunching numbers and you don't actually get into the idea of what the definitions were at the time the data was collected, you can skew data as well, right? That's one of the problems.
That's true. Yeah.
I left the link on the side chat, so for the information you were looking for.
Hurricane activity is no different than it was a century ago.
Except that
Really?
they've gotten demonstrably stronger. Like every sign, like they're literally just saying like I don't see. This is what I don't get. How can you, as like a professional organization, this is like literally sitting here and saying they say that the Earth is round, but they haven't looked out their window in a couple of days, have they? Like it's just fucking stupid. Like how would you even say this? This, oh my fucking god.
To kind of, there might be a misconception out there that any one particular weather event is due to or caused by climate change, but that's not exactly how it works. Climate change doesn't cause these events, but what it does do is make them more likely and more severe, as Pat was alluding to.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like hurricanes, heat waves, all that. Just it's gonna get worse. We're
Heat
not at the
waves
worst
been
place.
faking me out.
And let's just say, even if it doesn't get worse, let's just say the evidence we have right now eventually is proven wrong, the evidence right now suggests what is going on. This is like tomorrow something could happen that would, perceivably change the trajectory, right? That we're on, or trajectory, I shouldn't say trajectory we're on. But the truth is that if we're using science, this is what the evidence is leading us to conclude. Now, it could happen tomorrow that there's some type of unforeseen atmospheric disturbance. Something happens. We get hit with a big meteorite, something like that, where it changes things.
It's extremely unlikely.
Extremely unlikely, correct. And so the evidence is pointing us in a certain direction. But is it 100% conclusive? I don't think anybody would say it is. But it's highly likely, right?
It was like what Leo was saying earlier. Nothing in science is 100% conclusive or proven in the mathematical sense.
Floods have not increased across the globe over more than 70 years. Greenland's ice sheet isn't shrinking any more rapidly today than it was 80 years ago. Why aren't these reassuring facts better known? Because they're not true.
Maybe that's why.
This is like, I don't even know what to say. Like, this is just like anybody that like reads the literature knows all of these things are actually happening, and what they're saying, they're like literally this is just denialism at this point.
Yeah.
Because the public gets its climate information almost exclusively from the media. And from a media perspective.
Most people in most countries get most of their information from the media. What the fuck is this supposed to mean? You guys are literally media. Like, what the fuck is what? And you're talking about the same thing and you're getting like all of it wrong. Like, you're kind of embodying the very message you're trying to portray here, like they usually do. It's kind of a PragerU thing, honestly.
Ironic.
Perspective, fear sells. Things aren't that bad, doesn't sell. Very few people, and that includes journalists who report on climate news, read the actual science. I have.
Do you?
And what the data, the hard science from the U.S. government.
Huh?
I was like, do you read it?
I've got some hard science for you. Oh, yeah.
Government and the UN climate report say is that things aren't that bad. Nor does the public understand the questionable basis of all
let me
catastrophic.
Just say something here. Like, if you actually read the IPCC reports, and this is kind of well known, they tend to underestimate the effects of this. And in fact, when it comes to sea level rise, they were slightly underestimating the changes there. Like, it's, I would say, likely that it's probably even worse than what they're reporting in the literature right now, because some of these changes aren't, I wouldn't say not predictable, just there are certain things we may not know that may kind of change things over the tipping point, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. That's something I've seen a lot, is that there's been just historically and even today, there's a lot of reports out there that have that aren't like necessarily wrong. It's just that the changes that they're talking about are actually underestimated as a result of accelerations in the changes that are occurring in the climate, as we have failed to make any meaningful changes.
And I get your point on the IPCC report. I've read it. And it does seem like they couched it saying this is a conservative report. Like, they were purposely trying not to miss, right? And I think what many people have done is gone through the ranges that were given in the report, and they took the most favorable, the lowest end, right? Because they gave ranges on everything, like what sea level rise could be and all that. And then they took the minimum value and said, well, they say it's not going to be any, it might only be this many inches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And it seems like
it's actually a range.
Right. And I always tell people, when you give a range and then you do analysis, right, you have to use the close range, the far range. But then when you use the middle to, usually with your argumentation, right? Like, can be as bad as this, might be as limited as this, but let's go with the middle number. And then look at, when you're creating models, right? Like, if you want to be representative, unless you're going to do like a full range of models where you have the minimum, maximum, and then various gradations. But like,
Right,
in
yeah.
a colloquial conversation like me, you, and Leo are having like right now, and the minimum range is 12 inches, maximum range is 22. And if we say something like 16, 17, that's general would be well couched, right? So this is the problem with people. They go, no, 12 inches.
That's a good point. I probably should have said it's in the high range. It's not exceeding the expectations, probably.
No, but it just shows how when you want a data mine, you can even go through a report that's well done and then pull stuff out of it that makes it look,
right. Yeah, you
worse.
cherry pick.
Yep.
Which is what, by the way, I was reading one of the critiques of Kunin's book, and the editor of Scientific American said he cherry picked from various reports in order to get his data.
You don't.
Of course he did.
Of course.
Climate change projections, computer modeling. Projecting future climate is excruciatingly difficult. Yes, there are human influences, but the climate is complex. Anyone who says that climate models
Yeah. Classical systems are complex, particularly if they're governed by field equations. Yet we can near perfectly model their evolution in time. Systems are complex doesn't mean shit to describing how they work in science. You think a fucking physicist would know this shit, dude? Like,
Right.
this shit blows me away how these slimy bastards get away with saying this shit, being who they are, because it's on PragerU. This, oh my God.
It is, and while something is difficult, it doesn't mean that with expertise, it's not reasonably attainable, right? Like I
Right.
can't go up tomorrow and design and build a suspension bridge, but I guarantee you there's some fucking engineers who could come out and do it just fine. And yes, it would be difficult, but expertise, and knowledge make the very difficult much more easily attainable.
Are you actually saying knowledge counts for something?
I am.
I'm shocked.
are just physics, either doesn't understand them or is being deliberately misleading. I should know. I wrote one of the first textbooks on computer modeling. While modelers base their assumptions upon both fundamental physical laws and observations of the climate, there's still considerable judgment involved. And since different modelers will make different assumptions, results vary widely among different models. Let's just take one simple but significant.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Hold up. There we go. Okay. What now?
I was saying I'm gonna doubt that. Like, the computer models have been pretty consistent with one another, as far as I know. There are gonna be some differences, of course. Like, that's true of any model. But yeah, the climate is warming. These extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and intense. Like, these things have been known for a while now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing is, you can add a lot of assumptions to a variety of computer models that are utilized in science and get wildly different results. But when you look at ones that most accurately map our climate and how it's changing, how they're all largely kind of the same. Obviously, there's going to be some, statistical deviance, between them, but they largely give roughly the same results. It should tell you something. Well, I mean, it does to the actual scientists who actually study this, but to simpletons like this guy, just throw that out.
Well, like the person in side chat is saying, unless you give the exact average temperature in 3 years, they cry fraud.
No shit. Oh, it's just so bad.
And ultimately, at the end of this video, I want to talk about how the argument for climate change is one important thing, but we should discuss, like, related to this is pollution.
Right.
Like, let's just say climate change isn't the issue. Like, all these other forms of pollution, which are directly related to fossil fuels, by the way, are really problematic.
Right.
Like whether or not climate change, it is a driving force, but the fact that we are polluting the planet, like, that's an issue too that you can't get around. Like, just think about the amount of plastic in the ocean.
Oh
Right.
God, it's in the
Oh,
Mariana Trench.
Yeah,
No, it's
exactly,
literally
yeah,
in
yeah.
the fucking Mariana Trench. It's made its way to the literal deepest part of. Oh my God, it's just so bad. I don't know how we're gonna clean that out.
We may
I
not be
don't.
able to.
No, I probably won't be able to.
It's kind of like, do you ever
Humans.
actually? Well, we used to have a joke. I have cats, and you never actually really clean a litter box. You just take out as much shit as you can,
Yeah,
right?
Right,
Like
right.
kind of how it works.
it's cleaner.
It's
You always
cleaner.
miss one. You know.
I mean, after a couple of clean outs, I usually add a little bit more, new litter to it, but that's just me.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Natural fluctuations in the height. Let's just take one simple but significant assumption modelers must make: the impact of clouds on the climate. Natural fluctuations in the height and coverage of clouds have at least as much of an impact on the flows of sunlight and heat as do human influences. But how?
What?
False.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
I wish I would just see Jason Torn pop up in the site.
Yeah, that would be.
One of you
that'd be
guys
good.
talk. I'm gonna get a hold of him on Clubhouse and tell him to get the fuck on my
Okay.
channel because we're talking
Yeah.
I
about
wonder where
climate.
Immutable is.
Yeah,
You gonna
Jason-
join Immutable?
Yeah, Jason talked about this. While it's a thing, it's insignificant to the modeling. So he's saying, I found this one thing, but everybody else goes, yeah, but it's not significant. Yeah, but I found a thing. It's like,
Right.
all right, dude.
Well, I'm pretty sure like at certain times clouds actually cause cooling, and at other times they cause warming. So the net effect, it's still warming.
Right. And Monkey for Banana has a great comment. The amount of pee in a public pool is never zero.
Right. Yeah, you got to take all the factors into account.
Right.
The net gains versus the net losses here.
Yep.
Because that's all really the Earth climate system is. It's a big energy budget. What's coming in, what's going out from the sun into the Earth system, and what's being irradiated out into space. And the overall trend is much of it is staying here and warming the planet.
Yeah, and the other issue I would have is and again, Jason's better to talk about this, but water vapor, retains heat fairly well.
Right.
So it's like now we have something in the atmosphere that's retaining heats at higher levels than if it wasn't there, right? And could be radiated off the planet, right? So,
I think I read somewhere, and this like really frustrated me, like where they were saying, oh, climatologists don't take into account the effects of water vapor in the atmosphere because water vapor is even more powerful of a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Like water vapor is like the amplifier on a TV set. It's one of those knobs. It doesn't cause, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's not the underlying cause behind the warming. It just amplifies the effects of warming that's already there.
Yeah, because as the atmosphere warms, it can hold more water vapor, and as it can hold more water vapor, it can hold more heat, and then it can hold more water vapor, and then it can hold more heat, and then it can greenhouse effect. Which that is what I think a part of what the greenhouse effect is.
Right. Yeah, that's not to say like water vapor and methane aren't playing a role. They're just not the
they're not what's causing most of it. They're just not.
Right. Like it's like throughout geologic history, the ultimate controller of the climate, or at least much of it, has been carbon dioxide.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Venus.
Right.
Atmosphere's like 98% CO motherfucking 2 CO dose, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if we can all agree on one thing, let's agree is at least it's not going to be as bad as Venus.
No shit. What is scaring Immutable Destiny from joining? And where the fuck did Gers bitch ass go? I knew he wasn't going to join. Little fucking bitch.
How can we possibly know global cloud coverage, say 10, let alone 50 years from now? Obviously, we can't. But to create a climate model, we have to make assumptions. That's a pretty shaky foundation on which to transform the world's economy. And by the way, creating more accurate models.
Well, I fundamentally disagree with that. Like, the climate could 100% not be changing at all, and we should still fundamentally change the world's economy.
Right. Yeah. I
I mean, like, that's kind of just a no-brainer at this point. I don't know what to say.
It's easy for, again, this guy living in a first world country, right?
No shit.
Living at a
Right.
high economic standard, talking about how we shouldn't change shit,
Mhm.
right? Like, again, when you asked, King Louis whether or not the French system should have been,
Right.
changed, he would have said no. Neither would have many of the French nobles.
Right. And it's the cruel irony behind it is the people who are suffering the most didn't do much of it to begin with.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's how it's been for most of human history, is that the people that have suffered the most are suffering because of the interests of a very, very, very small class of unnecessarily, and I would argue, immorally powerful human beings.
Yeah.
And the whims that they choose to act upon because they fucking can.
They got the power, they got the money.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't getting any easier. In fact, the more we learn about the climate system, the more we realize how complex it is. Rather than admit this complexity, the media, the politicians, and a good portion of the climate science community attribute every terrible storm, every flood, every major fire to climate change. Yes, we've always had.
That's what I
No,
was
they
saying.
don't
Like,
do that.
no, they're not attributing it to climate change. It's like pouring gasoline on an already existing fire. Like, it's making it worse. That doesn't mean that we should ignore it then.
Mm-hmm.
That's not ultimately causing it. Like, yeah, of course climate change isn't causing every single wildfire out there. That doesn't mean that it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm. And notice how, again, like in the last video, they're sort of absurdifying the other position, making them out as if they're asserting that there's this massive problem and it's only this one solution to it. Like, it's a complete caricature of what people who acknowledge the severity of climate change and what we need to do to try to mitigate it have to say. And that is done in an attempt to absurdify the position and thereby push people away from it to protect the interests of people who have shit piles of money to lose if we make those changes.
I mean, I don't mean to totally derail the argument, but I think it's important. This is the exact same argument that, like, PragerU and conservative news outlets make about systemic racism. Like, it's the same idea.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like if you observe something, if a news agency says, is this possibly driven by climate change, or is this storm worse because of climate change? That's a reasonable, now that we have the science in hand, right? The big we, and to draw those questions is important, right? Like, it appears that this is what's going on, this is what science is telling us. Or again, it's this idea that, like, well, you can't say this one incident is related to structural racism or institutional racism, but and that's what they always say. And if there's a shooting, again, I'll just use this example, between law enforcement and a person of color, to ask that question is maybe not, it's always appropriate, but it never may have it may not always have a positive answer, right?
Yeah.
But that question now, based on, again, I would say sociology and social sciences, is a reason we should be asking it, right? Same reason, like, is this storm driven by climate change? Well, most of the time, I think the answer is going to be yes in this particular issue of climate change, but it may not be. There may be incidents where, like, no, this incident happened because of X, Y, Z. It's but again, this isn't something that we shouldn't be asking questions. And they're making it sound like if you ask the question, then you're part of a conspiracy that is like a liberal conspiracy, which I think is hilarious.
Right. I like how the three of us are here. We're basically saying the exact same thing, but we're giving different approaches to it so that anyone out there can understand it in a different way, I guess. So I appreciate you being here, Pat, and laying me beyond Leo, and I'll just say that right now. Also, hey, we're gay.
Yeah.
Had these weather events in the past, the narrative goes, but somehow climate change is making everything worse. Even if that were true, isn't the relevant question how much worse? Not to mention that worse is not exactly
No,
a
wait.
scientific term.
Wait. So you realize the obfuscation there, right? He's going, well, even if it is, how much?
Yeah, but like, how bad is it really? And it's getting worse. Yeah, well, scientists don't use the word "word." That's not a scientific term. Like, what the fuck does that mean? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we can look at I don't want to use the wrong term, but storm invasion, like how far the water comes in from what it did historically before. Like, I think he knows that's a losing
It's
argument,
changing.
right?
Oh yeah, a lot.
And now he's going, well, but even if it was, how bad is it? Well, wait a minute, you're kind of conceding it is worse, but you just wanted to argue about how bad, how much the house is on fire. Right?
Like who cares how much worse it is? Let's fix the problem.
Right.
It's like saying, okay, so
getting any worse.
Well, I mean, but okay, so Trump might be kind of a racist, but look at, what about all the other stuff he's doing? Like what about that? I mean, come on, you're just gonna ignore all, like, it's the same thing. It's kind of whatabouting, like, oh, it's getting bad, but it could be worse. How bad is it really? It's not. We don't need to worry about that. It's like, okay, right. Oh my God, these fucking idiots.
Yep.
And how would we make it better? For the alarmists, that's easy. We get rid of fossil fuels. Not only.
See, again, this framing is as if it's just everybody shouting this simplistic and overly naive. Let's just ban all fossil fuels. No. Like, that's not what people on the left are saying. If you just went out to like a college campus or a university and started asking people who were more left-leaning and the people who said that they were concerned about climate change, like, what are some ideas that you think might be helpful in mitigating these problems? They're not going to say, oh, well, we just got to ban fossil fuels. Like, some people might say, oh, banning offshore drilling and stuff like that, which they're not wrong on that. But a lot of them are going to say investing in nuclear, investing in solar and wind, alongside slowly phasing out our use of fossil fuels. Because most people, recognize that that's what we need to do.
Well, fuel efficiency standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for those that don't know, I spend my summers in the UK and in other parts of Europe, and I rent the same car, right? And the car that you can buy here has 35 miles to a gallon. Same car in the UK, 52 miles to a gallon.
Oh, nice.
Fuel standards, right? Now, do they have as much pep? Probably not. But it's the same car, same manufacturer, same size cubic engine with different fuel efficiency standards enacted by governments. Now, that's one way we could fuel efficiency, depending on how clean the fuel burns and some other issues as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can address this without just, wholesale getting rid of fossil fuels.
Oh yeah.
But the one thing that they have in other countries that we don't have here are access to integrated public transportation. Like, there are things you can do, right? Like, it just, like, this is a very American analysis. Like, what in America are we going to do? Just get rid of fossil fuel? Well, no. I mean, militaries need it. You need fossil fuels for a lot of different reasons. But, maybe electric cars are something we could do. But is it going to be a panacea? I don't know. Lithium NiCad batteries are really, really poisonous to the environment. So unless we come up with a system, but maybe fuel efficiency. Maybe if we can get cars up to 70, 80 miles to a gallon that burn clean, right? Like, I don't know if it's a heat issue. Again, this is not my area of expertise or specialization. Maybe the scientists can answer this. But, they have worked on clean burning or cleaner burning engines, right? But this is an issue of how clean the fuel is when you burn. What are the background components? Does it have, how much sulfur is in the fuel when it's burned? There's a lot of components to this stuff.
A lot of it comes down to the mechanics of the engine and the ability of that engine to efficiently convert the combustion into work. And one thing is, we can get rid of rod crank reciprocal designs where you have a connecting rod attached to the piston that drives the crankshaft around as the piston goes up and down. And you can take sort of like a rotor, You take a longer piston that's specially designed with a rotor in it with a hole, and you can put other holes or like, spaces in it for weight and everything to ensure it's balanced, and run the crankshaft through that, and the piston just moves up and down, and that wheel inside of it spins and moves the crankshaft the same exact way. And it drastically drops the vibration in the engine, and that engine can much more efficiently convert that combustion into usable work that can be output as power by the engine. I'm going to be honest, I don't think that internal combustion engines are going anywhere for at least mainstream for at least another 15 to 20 years. And so I think the best way is to, like you said, Pat, look at more efficient fuels and more efficient engine designs where we can push 60, 70, 80 miles to the gallon on an engine that can still make at least 150 horsepower and 300 pound-feet of torque for the average, sedan or something like that.
I mean, we have the technology. We just need to
and the designs exist. Yeah, it's about investment. But the people that own the ability to make all that stuff and that, are the ones that hire those who design not Wankel engines. Those aren't very efficient, actually. They don't want to make these investments because it requires a lot of investment of money that they would rather funnel into their own pockets and their offshore tax havens where that money doesn't get taxed and invested into improving society because they don't really care about improving society. It's not where their interests lie.
That's not to say that ultimately we need to not reach net zero, of course. But like as Pat was saying, we're not going to do that overnight, of course.
Yep. And the idea that like people on the left and people who are, understand climate change and are all about getting rid of fossil fuels, the idea that they're all just a bunch of ignorant and naive idiots, good hearts, but just kind of naive and dumb, and they just want to ban all fossil fuels and the problem is solved. I just think that this is a right-wing caricature as a way of sort of infantilizing the other side to disregard what they're saying in lieu of no meaningful response to what it is that's being said, because the systems as they exist largely favor the privilege of those on the right over other demographics, particularly in the United States.
An emotional response, not a reasonable one.
Right, because you end up driving a fucking Subaru like me instead of some big dick energy truck, right? Like this is the reality. Like one person driving a 3/4 ton truck blowing exhaust out all over the race because they haven't lifted 4 feet and then they've screwed up all of the fuel efficiency on it. Those are things we have to look at society. I mean, do you have a work truck? Okay, work truck. You have a commercial plate on your car because you have a business involving it. But people think that well, you have a car and I have a car. No, I have a car getting 40 miles to a gallon. 42 miles to a gallon. You have a car getting 16 miles to a gallon.
Exactly.
These are just, and your car is a borderline gross polluter, and mine has much higher efficiency standards as far as actual pollutants coming out the back end. People go, well, it's crazy.
That being said, which nothing that Pat said is incorrect. So this isn't like me trying to correct him or anything, but I will say that diesel engines, not like big ass 6.5, 7 liter diesel engines, in a big ass, 65, 7,500 pound pickup truck with a 410 gear ratio on the rear, because you're not going to get, but diesel engines I don't understand how diesel engines aren't existing in most internal combustion engine applications. I really don't, because they're high pressure. They're often turbocharged. It's a fact. Diesel engines run more efficiently and they actually burn more cleanly than gasoline engines. Particularly if we made the transfer to I guess you could say crop-based fuels. I can't remember the exact term, but like fuel made from hemp, soybeans, corn, because you can make both biodiesel and bioethanol from a lot of these plants. And I mean, corn and soybean are already grown massively in Iowa. We already make ethanol now. The ethanol from corn, the production of it does actually produces quite a bit of pollution. My aunt is a PhD economist at Iowa State University and back, 01, 02, 03, 04. She traveled all over the world talking about the pros and the cons of ethanol production in Iowa from agriculture, the macroeconomic effects, because that's what she focuses on, is macroeconomics with respect to in the United States, in Iowa, and around the world and stuff like that. But the one thing that I want to say is hemp.
I just want to say, Gur's in the stream. Gur's in the stream.
I know. I was going to wait to add him and surprise you guys, but then he said something, so I might as well just add his fucking bitch. Oh, shit. His bitch ass.
To say,
What's going on?
Wow.
Hey, Gur.
hello.
Actually showed up.
I
notice we-
finally made it.
Welcome to the pod.
You notice we can't actually play the PragerU video while Gur is talking.
I will be quiet then.
No, but I did want to say that yes, I believe this is Iceni, Norfolk. That's how I would pronounce it. The other way I would say is Ekeni, but I think it's Iceni, Norfolk. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I believe that the Rudolf Diesel himself used peanut oil. And that's the thing, oil from peanuts, soybeans, hemp. There's a lot of these plants that could be used. And the thing with hemp that I wanted to say was the seeds from hemp can be turned into biodiesel. And when you harvest the seeds, because they grow at the top of about a 6 foot tall plant, you harvest just the top so that you're not feeding a bunch of unnecessary plant material through your machine, dirtying up your sample, making the machine have to work harder and all that nonsense. But then you can go back through, mow down the remaining stalks, bale those up and sell those, and those can be produced into bioethanol. So we could create both diesel and gasoline from the same harvest of the same crop. Why the fuck are we not incentivizing farmers to invest in this? And then incentivizing the production of high compression, high efficient EGR, exhaust gas recirculation. Get fucking rid of that. You know what? It's a fact. It drastically reduces some of the harmful emissions of diesel engines, but it makes them run so inefficiently that practically negates the whole purpose of putting EGR on them. Get rid of that. Put DPFs in them, run them on cleaner fuel, and make them run significantly more efficiently. And so, for instance, in the rail industry, your average diesel electric locomotive can move 1 ton, 2,000 pounds of freight, 500 miles on a single gallon of fuel. That's 2 to 3 times the efficiency of your average tractor trailer. Why the fuck? I would say this country needs to make at least another 30 or 40% investment into rail technology, rail transportation, for both passenger and freight. I'll shut up now.
Anything you want to say so far, Gur, or you're going to wait?
I want to say that I am. Hold on. I am Pat Geringer.
Oh my God, this guy.
Okay, that's all.
I like that.
All I know is PragerU always makes me laugh. That
They
channel
do.
is freaking ridiculous.
Well, so I have a bone to pick because I have now my daughter's 21, but when she was in high school, she had a conservative social studies teacher, really problematic, and he used to show these to students.
Oh, no.
To represent
That actually made me swallow
both sides of the argument. Yeah, to show to represent both sides of the argument. And yeah.
Did he actually present them in a way that kind of is like, and this is what like idiots believe, or?
No, he would just because he had this is again my daughter's 21, so it's like 5-6 years ago. Young people were engaged on these issues such as climate change, and so they were already at a certain level of knowledge on the subject, and he wanted to present the other side of the issue, right? This is the funny thing is while there's always going to be more than one side of an issue, doesn't mean both sides are correct,
Right.
Or equal.
Right?
There's no point in showing the other side when there isn't another side.
Right.
Yeah, and this is the thing that people. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pat.
No, I was just gonna say that. So, like, PragerU's on my special hit list.
I think they're on everybody's because
you're coming for them.
Yeah, because like, what was it you just said there, Andrew?
there's not another side, something like that. I forgot my exact words.
Damn it. Well, anyway, we might as well play the video. It's been like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
To me, is this impractical? We get over 80% of the world's energy from fossil fuels.
Yeah.
It's not
And that doesn't mean, wait,
scientifically possible.
Wait.
That's because the world's energy from fossil fuels. It's not scientifically possible.
false. Oh my
Blatantly
God, there are so
false.
many ways I could just completely rip this to fucking shreds. But that is completely false. The idea that nobody's denying that fossil fuels play an integral role to human society today. What's being said is we need to make the changes to phase that out in favor of more productive, more efficient ways of producing those things. This goes back to this. What they're doing is they're taking the other side, they're caricaturing them in a way that infantilizes them in their position, runs it as absurd so that they don't have to provide any meaningful, substantive, empirically based response because they don't have one. That's all this is. It's just, well, look at the other side and how dumb they are and how naive their positions are. We don't need to listen to them.
Just remember that if we go back about 100 years, maybe a little bit more, like 110 now, cars, early automobiles were so expensive and inefficient and technically problematic, they were never going to replace horses for conveyance, particularly of transportation of goods. That large wagons, multiple horse drawn, were always going to be more practical than these little trucks that were being invented because they broke down.
Systems.
Right, exactly.
It was the power to weight ratio of the vehicles when they first came out. The amount of the weight of the vehicle with respect to the power that it could produce was just. It, like Pat said, it actually was less efficient than a horse. If you could take the horses that it would take to, I really hope Tapioca joins, by the way. But welcome to the stream, buddy. It'd be nice if Marshall would join Monkey for Banana. I would really, really appreciate if they would join, actually. But yeah, like Pat said, they actually were measurably more inefficient than like horses and stuff. I would argue, and look, I'm a huge fan of diesel power, and that's because I think that it is meaningful, and I think that probably for the next 50 years it's going to be an integral part of human transportation, though it will slowly get phased out over that period. But so, and this is also a reason why this company, this manufacturer of diesel power generation products, is my favorite brand, is because the man who started the company, his name was Clessy Cummins. If you know your diesel engines, you'll already know where I'm going. He didn't invent the diesel engine, but he certainly popularized it. He went from Indianapolis, Indiana to, where was it I don't think it was New York. So was it somewhere in Pennsylvania, or was it somewhere in New York, on what would be the equivalent today of roughly $20 in diesel fuel? He set up his display across from another little automotive fair, I guess you could say, that was going on, because they wouldn't let him display there, and he drew a very large crowd. He also, as a result of one of the people he worked with, Clessy Cummins, with banking, was able to sell a bunch of his diesel engines to I believe a food distribution company in California, who struggled in some of the mountainous regions as a result of the engines that they were using. And with the application of the diesel engines, they had more power and more efficiency, and were much more capable of overcoming these mountainous regions with less fuel. And Clessy Cummins thereby effectively invented the heavy-duty, over-the-road diesel trucking industry. This is also the man who invented what is known as the compression release braking system that can be utilized on diesel. I think you could probably use it on gasoline engines if you wanted to, but it's certainly used on diesel engines. He was going to manufacture this under the Cummins name, which is the name that is for Cummins diesel engines. This is who started that company. He later sold the design for the compression release brake to the Jacobs Braking Company, which is why colloquially, and most of you will probably know what I'm talking about after this, the compression release brake is known as a Jake brake. And if you've ever heard a semi slowing down and you hear them vroom, downshift, vrrr, that's that compression release brake. That's the result of the release of the compression in the engine, which retards engine speed, and assuming that your drivetrain is engaged with the engine will thereby retard drivetrain speed and slow the vehicle down. So yeah, diesel engines are just like, with respect to internal combustion engines, are the way to fucking go. And that's my rant for the next 5 minutes.
Welcome to my TED Talks.
The point here, don't tell me it's not scientifically possible when it's been done before. Let's just say that.
Yeah, there you go.
No shit. Like I really can't believe that there are people that watch this and
Unironically.
like believe, like actually think that this is like yeah, like you said, unironically believe this. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't get it. Anyway,
Right.
Marshall, is there anything you would like to say?
How's it going? I was trying to get I can't get my Bluetooth headset to connect, so I finally had to switch to speakerphone.
You sound fine to me.
Yeah, you sound
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We ready to continue the video, or is there anybody else that'd like to comment?
Let's
No.
go. 'Cause
Let's
I'm
finish it.
ready. Take me.
That's because CO2 doesn't disappear from the atmosphere in a few days, like, say, smog. It hangs around for a really long time.
Yeah,
About-
that's
Wait,
part
hold
of
on,
the
hold on,
problem.
hold on, just
Point.
hold on 1 second. And this is what I'm going to do for everybody here and everybody that's watching. This is what we're going to do. Just because, and I could be wrong. I could very much be wrong here, but we're going to find out if I'm wrong, because I don't think I am, but I could be.
Never.
It has a half-life.
Right.
Boo, 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 boo. Okay, let me see here.
Just a disclaimer, when we do finish the video, I might head off for a bit, but if things are still going
Whoa.
live in a while, I'll come back on, hopefully.
So this
Yeah.
is from the EPA in the United States. Smog's
Ooh.
about 50% NOx, 10% VOCs. I don't think those are very good. I'm pretty sure those are not very good at all. And 10% PM 2.5s and PM 10. I don't know what that means.
I was gonna
I'm
say
not
I
a
don't
climate
know
scientist.
that lingo. I are not smart.
Let's go to Wikipedia.
Smog it's a portmanteau of smoke and fog.
I know some
Okay.
of these words.
Chemical composition. Okay. All right. So you don't hit it. Yeah, all right. Let me be more friggin' specific.
Let's see your internet history, Leo.
It'd be really fucking boring. I mean,
I'm sure it's going to vary depending on the
Well-
location.
yeah,
Yeah, but-
probably. That's why I don't think I'm getting much.
Yeah, I pulled up the
It's
University of Iowa, and like the half-life on CO2 is 120 years. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
it
But
sticks
there are
around.
processes. I mean, there are processes that you can use to fix carbon too.
Right, but they're really
Right.
slow.
I'm
That's
sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
Well-
I wasn't supposed to do that.
or the natural ones at least.
Right. But you can speed them up.
Yeah, because like the Earth has been doing this for a while now, getting CO2 in the atmosphere and taking it back out again. It just takes a long time, and
Mhm.
we're not doing things in a long time. That's the problem.
Yeah. We're continuing
Yeah,
to
you know,
add to it.
one method of fixing carbon that's actually often overlooked is just building things out of wood. If you take and grow a tree and then you cut it up and put it in a building, for as long as that building stands until it's burned or decomposes, that carbon is no longer in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, that's
actually
true.
that's actually pretty based. I'm not gonna lie. Which I don't know why we're not tree farming on a much more massive scale, because I actually think that in the long run it would be really good for the environment, and I think that wood is honestly a really good construction material. I think there's breeds, that's not the right word, but it's the word that comes to mind, so I'm going to use it, of wood that species I think of wood that are just really fucking good for construction. Then you have what Marshall just said, that that helps, and it keeps us farming trees and planting trees and making sure that there's enough of them there for us, and certainly enough for the environment. And obviously it should be regulated to ensure that it
Well-
doesn't go out of control.
Right, yeah.
The thing is, though, any monoculture farm is not the greatest ecosystem.
No, not at all. Are we ready to continue with the video?
Yes.
Sure.
It hangs around for a really long time. About 60% of any CO2 that we emit today will remain in the atmosphere 20 years from now. Between 30 and 55% will still be there after a century. And
they're kind of just like defeating their own argument here.
That's
Yes,
what I was
exactly.
thinking. It's like, Jesus Christ, like that's exactly the point.
Like,
Between
yeah, this
15
thing's
and
gonna hang around for a while, so let's just keep putting it out
Keep
there.
doing it.
Hell yeah, America! Yeah.
30% will remain after 1,000 years. In other words, it takes centuries for the excess carbon dioxide to vanish from the atmosphere. And so any partial reduction in carbon dioxide emissions would only slow the increase in human influences, not prevent it, let alone reverse it.
Nobody's
Okay, so
advocating
this
that we
is
do
what he's
that.
saying. As a species, we're driving 80 miles an hour towards a fucking brick wall. So why do bother pumping the brakes and slowing down?
Yeah, we might. We could blow a line, you know, because by this point we'd have to slow down so quickly that when we hit the brake, I mean, you know, we could blow a brake line, and then what's going to happen? We're going to hit the wall. I say we speed up. We hit hard. We
go faster.
Because if we slow down to 40, some of us might survive. But
Yeah, I mean, it takes 10 years for your liver to regenerate, so you might as well just keep drinking.
Exactly.
Oh, that's so perfect. Oh, shit.
That's actually pretty good.
Oh, fuck.
CO2 is not a knob that we can just turn down to fix everything. We don't have that ability. To think that we do is, well, hubris.
Oh, Jesus.
Hubris leads
Oh, you got such good hubris. I mean, humor.
to bad decisions. A little humility and a little knowledge would lead to better ones.
Yeah.
Fuck the planet. Got it. All right, let's keep.
Yeah.
You
So
know-
why is a physicist? Go ahead, Pat.
I'm glad he's a physicist and not a proctologist. Could you imagine that face coming in and telling you, "All right, sir, can you just spin around and grab the table in front of you?"
Snap. Snap.
Yeah, that's not a face that inspires. Porn
He's got that
in any
face
way.
that says, "I'm going to enjoy this more than you're going to enjoy this."
Relax. I'm a doctor.
Yep, Dr. Tapioca Weasel.
I'm Steve
This
Koonin,
guy's a physicist.
former Undersecretary for Science in the Obama administration and author of Unsettled, What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters, for Prager University.
What a sellout.
Thank you for watching this video.
Well, that was
To
entertaining.
keep PragerU videos free, please consider
PragerU science. Never thought I'd see that in the same sentence. PragerU and science. Oh yes, please, Daddy. Oh no.
That had a very sexual tone to it, Gur.
I know.
Was it this guy's
It
picture?
was intentional. Oh, Leo, you are muted, dude. Muted. Your
You're still
mic is
muted.
muted.
He doesn't realize.
I
you're
was
muted.
muted through all of that. Ooh. I'll wait for another moment to do it then. Oh shit, I'm so fucking dumb. Dude. Tapoka Weasel. Get the fuck in here, Tapoka Weasel.
Tapoka Weasel.
Yeah,
I'm not shutting down the stream until you join, and Andrew isn't leaving until you join either. He just confirmed that with me. So yeah.
Okay.
You need to get in here. And that doesn't mean
Let's play this
Listen,
bad
I
boy.
can
We'll
make
keep this
room.
channel hostage.
In 1966, Time magazine ran a cover story asking,
Oh, no.
"Is God dead?" The cover reflected the fact that many people
I just want to preface a little bit with this. If we're talking the God of classical theism, yes, and the problem of evil killed him.
Yeah.
had accepted the cultural narrative that God is obsolete.
I love
Hold on. I gotta do this so everybody can see the name. No.
Taxes.
I'm not just laughing at a funny thing. This guy is a. Oh my God! They got this guy. We. I should actually probably keep it. That's probably a better. I should do it.
There we go.
Believe that as science progresses, there's less need for a god to.
Like the face.
Damn it.
The face. Look at it.
16 seconds, but it is
Oh,
funny.
he's here, Leo.
Oh shit! No, he's not. Oh,
Oh,
yes, he
DeTukker
is.
guy is here.
Weasel man, fuck yeah, eating up all the tapioca. I'm sorry. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
That was a great way to finish that off. I'm not gonna lie, that was perfect. Oh shit! Oh fuck. Okay, wait. Immutable says, "Oh God, this guy." We got
Referring to
beef.
you or the video?
I think
Is there a mutable?
I just want to.
Wait,
I
hold
just
on.
wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
No.
Leo,
Go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out one thing. In addition to being a PragerU shill, and this guy has written some, I don't know how many. I wanted to check real quick because I remember it. He wrote scripts for VeggieTales.
No shit.
Which
Wait, what?
So, you guys ever known
Oh,
VeggieTales are Christian apologetics for kids?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're not always apologetics. Sometimes they're just good old fashioned storybook indoctrination.
Mhm.
Yep.
By the way, anybody here that's really good with screenshotting and editing, can you just like maybe possibly looking at Uger? Can you like just I don't know if Bree's still listening. If I don't know if she could do it on her phone. She's probably not while driving either. Could just clip out this of Eric Metaxas in case I ever do like a video on him, because I want that for my fucking thumbnail. Look at that. That's fucking.
That is magnificent.
Oh
Hold
God.
on.
That's like...
Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see here.
And then the science god is just perfect.
He looks
That's
like
actually
he's,
God.
yeah, it looks like he is busting a nut.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what.
I don't know if you mean that in a...
He's the one putting science above God here, right?
No shit. And it's so much bigger too. My science is bigger than your god.
It's not the
Certainly
size
more
of the
effective.
science; it's how you use it.
Are we good, Gur? Or do you need me to hold still?
No,
we good?
but I'll go back to this video, but look at my thumbnail.
Oh,
This guy is.
To explain the universe. It turns out, though, that the rumors of God's death were premature. In fact, perhaps the best arguments for his existence come from, of all
his God grew 3 sizes that day. Fuck. I'm sorry, I cracked myself up.
Bigger God through Viagra.
Viagra, it'll make your God grow. Oh shit.
God.
places, science itself. Here's the story. The same year Time featured its now famous headline, the astronomer Carl Sagan announced that there were 2 necessary criteria for a planet to support life: the right kind of star and a planet
here
the
we
right
go.
distance from that star. Given the roughly octillion planets in the
Fine-tuning.
universe, that's 1 followed by 24 zeros, there should have been about septillion planets, that's 1 followed by 21 zeros, capable of supporting life. With such spectacular odds, scientists were optimistic that the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, known by its initials SETI, an ambitious project.
You mean SETI. It's called SETI, dude. It's SETI.
SETI, right.
Let me just say something. Like, if you compare the size of the Milky Way and the little region where we've had radio influence, it's like minuscule. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
This is what I keep thinking about whenever this argument is brought up. Like, we've barely explored the universe. Like, we've barely stepped out of our own backyard. Like, don't tell me that the odds are too small. Like, I just can't.
And they're screwing with Sagan's calculation anyway, because that's assuming that most solar systems would look like ours. And
Right, yeah.
And he said he didn't know if that's the case. He said, but if That's a big fucking if.
And to add to what Andrew was saying, yeah, I kind of felt the same way. It's like we have a fraction of the fraction that we know about that we can observe in our own little universe. So, I mean, I would say at face value, the challenge still stands. I mean, yeah, there's probably hundreds, if not billions, of other planets.
As a wise man once said, space is big.
I think what he's actually going to be getting at is the Fermi paradox. There's a lot of solutions to that aren't God.
Yeah, it's the Steelman version of the argument, the Fermi paradox. Where is everyone? But it has a lot of unstated, unless you're Fermi, assumptions. I'm sure Fermi stated them.
Launch in the 1960s was sure to turn up something soon. With a vast radio telescopic network, scientists listened for signals that resembled coded intelligence.
Okay, just real quick.
Years passed,
this is the same guy. He just used the word soon. That when Christians are talking, and Paul said soon, he meant in his lifetime.
Good point.
It's been so we get another 2,000 years, buddy, when we say soon.
Yep.
Silence from the universe was deafening. As of 2014, researchers have discovered precisely bupkis, nada, zilch, which is to say zero followed by an infinite number of zeros. What happened? As our knowledge of the universe increased.
Well, I mean, myself, I can only speculate, but I would speculate that humans are probably one of the earliest developed intelligent species in the universe. We are in a very, very old galaxy. We orbit a quite old star. I mean, the Milky Way is something like on the average of like 13.2 to 13.6 billion years old, or 12.2 to 12.6. I think
it's really old.
Billion years old. So yeah, but like we are, like I think that there is probably other intelligent life out there, but it's so far away. Like Andrew said, there are limits. I really don't like using that word, but I'm going to use it. There are limits that in the universe with respect to communication that we can't break. And there's a video we're going to watch after this, hoping you all are willing to stick around for that. I certainly hope so. That we could expand on that a little bit, but on what those limits are and how they work. And I'm actually glad that Tapioca is here because he's the physicist. I'm actually not the physicist. I just like it a lot. Just as
you're a physicist?
your daily reminder that I am not a. Oh yeah, Tapioca is a physicist. He's got his PhD.
Well, I mean, in this case, if we're specifically,
awesome.
Nice. So like if we're looking for radio waves specifically, then the limiting factor is the speed of light. There's no way we can get a signal from a star that's, for more light years away than whenever they developed radio.
Exactly. And so it's not even going to go ahead.
There's no reason to necessarily presume that if the speed of light is not a hard speed limit on communication, for example, if it is not, there is no reason to suspect that you would see radio signals. That would be how you would find out about intelligent life. And if it is a hard speed limit, the speed of light is slow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, when you compare it to everybody's like, oh, it's so fast, and it's like, yeah, it is until you consider like the Laniakea supercluster or something like that. That is 155 million light years long. Can I do this? Oh man, I can't.
It's even bigger than that.
Do it.
Well, no, I just Immutable is backstage, but somebody would have to leave, and I'm not going to ask anybody to leave just because I'm not that kind of person.
I got to bounce for dinner, but if someone else,
I do too.
Okay. I see. You guys have wanted to leave for a while, and you're taking shots.
No, it's my chance.
It's my chance. I got to jump off ship while I can.
Oh shit! He bounced real quick.
He didn't even.
That was happening.
Didn't even give us a chance to say bye.
I think he's either fucking with us or his internet might have cut. I don't know. Anyway, I can do this now. So, but what the fuck? I don't even remember what I was.
Hey, Immutable.
I think Tapioca, were you saying something?
Hey, how's it going?
It was something about the light years being relatively really.
Oh
slow.
yeah, the Laniakea
speed of light is
supercluster, which is 155 million light years long, and that's just our local supercluster. So I mean, and it would take 155 million years at the speed that is capable that any physical information is capable of propagating from any 2 points in space-time. At that speed, which is the speed of light, which is c, it would take you 155 million years to traverse from one end to the other. Like it's,
back then, like mammals were still little tiny shrews.
No shit.
Yeah. I mean, there are places in our observable universe that we'll never be able to get a signal to.
Yep.
They're receding faster than the speed of light.
Yep. Yeah.
Again, this does presume that there is no way around that. I don't necessarily think that our knowledge of physics is comprehensive enough that we can make that. But certainly, with all of our best current models and anything for which we have a shred of evidence, all of that is true.
Right.
I would place a fair bet on it, unless you're trying to create like a wormhole or something like that. Then
creating wormholes doesn't violate anything in relativity.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I think it's just like the scale at which you would have to like.
I just think it's
the level of energy it would take to create it, like is far beyond.
You're
what
absolutely
we have currently.
right. You're absolutely right. But I think for example, the notion that humanity could have such a catastrophic effect on the climate would have struck natural philosophers 250 years ago as
ridiculous,
ambitious.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, part of that though too is like has to do with like their understanding of the Earth. I mean, for a very long time, like for a very long time, like if you look at the history of philosophy and stuff like that, like a lot of people believe that the Earth was infinitely old, right? And that the current like geological features and features we see now were always like have always persisted.
I just want to give everybody a little hint to a joke. Pay attention to the highlighted comments.
Oh, I already got it.
It was also commonly thought that
it's so over.
Extinction was impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of like the beliefs people had back in the day were weird. I mean, it's kind of weird that
you think extinction is impossible. That means that if you're the last one alive, you're immortal. That's not how anything works.
You know they won't win. I'm so sorry.
Damn it!
I don't know.
It was that they thought that humans couldn't possibly wipe out what God had created.
I think it was that, but I think it was also that like the current like the diversity of animals over ecosystems that people were observing were just always there, like that they saw. You know,
yeah, humans don't exist for very long at all. Like not even remotely. I don't think enough people realize that we exist for like no fucking time at all.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, what we call history in the modern sense, is a very limited scope, not just of like modern history, but it also like we're still learning a lot about like the history of like what I would consider like of our ancestors, right? Of Homo, like of other species, like of Homo, like of the first humans, and. Even then, like we have a decent understanding of history according to like evolutionary timelines of like the Cambrian explosion and whatnot. What is it like? What we consider plant life didn't exist until what, like 500-600 million years ago or something like that?
I think it's something like that.
Or at least like grass.
Grass didn't show up until ballpark like 100, 150, I think.
Oh, okay.
Million years ago. That number actually got pushed back, or I think it got revised in the last 10 years from being not even around during the Mesozoic era. But I think now they have found evidence of it during at least like the Cretaceous or something.
Yeah, but I don't think it was common then. I don't think it became like grasslands became a thing until after the Cretaceous.
This is an unrelated question because I don't think the person in this video is this sophisticated.
It became clear that there were, in fact, far more factors.
I'm sorry, man, but you can say what you wanted to say. No, but you seriously, you can say what you wanted to say.
No, I was also just curious. Like, do we know like what the oldest DNA we found is? Like, like be a fragment.
I don't.
The people on the panel
I've
do
looked
not
it
know
up
that I know
before.
of.
I've looked it up before, but I think we've found DNA fragments. I'm wanting to say like maybe 50,000 years old. But,
okay.
Well, let's see. I know we have mammoth DNA, and Neanderthal DNA.
Mama.
Yeah.
But it's in the tens of thousands of years that we can extract DNA for sure.
I have a man.
Yeah.
I think we also have like highly degraded fragments from like some kind of ocean creatures, but
right. Well,
like,
see, that's the thing. The components of DNA are going to be around a lot longer than an actual like genetic code that you can decipher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you can find something and be like, yeah, this is DNA, but like that doesn't mean you can actually see what the code is.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, you could find DNA from like say 100,000 or 50,000 years ago, but you may not be able to tell anything meaningful about it because of like how badly it's been like degraded due to like its environment. May prevent it from being sequenced in any meaningful sense.
Fuck! I got notifications for. The fuck is live while I am?
Oh, fucking the demos.
Well, actually, we have DNA that's billions of years old.
PvP? Stone Colossus spell. What the fuck is that? What is? Okay, that's anyway.
Life, let alone intelligent life, than Sagan supposed. His two parameters grew to 10, then 20, and then 50, which meant that the number of potentially life-supporting planets
10, 10, 10, 20 is 50, bitch.
Okay, is he talking about the observable universe or the entire universe?
What he's
I don't
talking
know yet.
about,
I think
he didn't make a distinction.
I do know what he's talking about. He's talking about the Drake equation, which effectively it's a way, like it's a type of an approximation lemma to try and guess like how many planets like hold life. And his point, like he's trying to argue like against like the improbability of life occurring because of like just how much we know. And ultimately this is going to get into like an argument of irreducible complexity. But like the other,
you guys want to know something funny?
Sure.
Is that we might know what it is that he's arguing if we could, get through what he's saying.
That's what I was gonna say.
The number dropped to a few thousand planets and kept on plummeting. Even
Rising now.
SETI proponents acknowledge the problem. Peter Schenkel wrote in a 2000.
Who the fuck? Yes, dude.
Yeah. Why can't he just say SETI?
SET? Good old Eric Metaxas. Eric, I forgot to file my taxes. Eric, I got audited on my taxes. Wait, no, that was Kent Holt. Actually, no, he got, I don't know what he did, but he did some bad stuff. Anyway.
He got jailed on
for
He actually, didn't he go to jail for structuring?
He bailed over.
Actually, it was, yeah, it was structuring.
It's a type of financial fraud.
Yeah, it's where you withdraw just under the amount that you need to report.
Yeah, well,
you
still can't explain to me how a dog is related to a mosquito.
You can't explain to me how a dog gave birth to a fish.
Mic drop.
Skeptical Inquirer, a magazine that strongly affirms atheism. In light of new findings and insights, we should quietly admit that the early estimates may no longer be tenable.
Who cares?
Today, there are more than 200 known parameters necessary for a planet to support life. Every single one of which must be
life,
yes,
as we understand life.
Exactly.
Well,
so
I don't even know if that's like. I don't even know if that's like a good response. I mean, the better thing is like, look, the range in which life can occur is huge.
Yeah.
Like, there's stuff that can occur in basically like anoxic environments, in terms of like being so far under the ground, like methanophiles, for instance. Like they live in mud, like that's thousands of feet below the Earth's surface, and it's basically anaerobic, and they can survive just off of like methane that's trapped in. That filters into the soil and also, trapped in soil.
Also, if we're talking about the entire universe, the universe may be infinite, so that means there may be an infinite number of planets. And so then it doesn't matter how many, like what the probability is. If it's above 0, it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Be perfectly met, or the whole thing falls apart. For example, without a massive gravity-rich planet like Jupiter nearby to draw away asteroids, Earth...
Yeah, but that would only be given that like your solar system has an inner asteroid belt like ours does, which if it wasn't there, we wouldn't need Jupiter to be there to do the thing that you're talking about Jupiter needing to be there to do for all the other planets that might not have the thing that we need Jupiter to prevent us, from being affected by. So like that's the problem here, is that like you're you're assuming that this every other solar system looks exactly like ours, and that's just not the case.
Would be more like an interstellar dartboard than the verdant orb that it is. Simply put, the odds against life in the universe are astonishing. Yet, here we are, not...
Which is unexpected, given that the universe was designed for life, if that's your running hypothesis.
Only existing, but talking about existing. What can account for it? Can every one of those many parameters...
Probability, statistics, and an understanding of the stochasticity of nature? Like, why do they act like this is hard for us to answer when it's fucking not? Like, none of these fucking idiots reads anything in them. Literally, none of them reads anything in the metaphysics of science or like philosophy of physics or anything like that, where like a lot of these deeper questions are being asked. And like that's where like most of your naturalists in philosophy are probably going to be found, or in those areas.
It's a God of the gaps fallacy at best.
Right. That's the impression I'm getting. Yeah.
I hear an enormous amount of confidence in a particular position when I don't. You're the one saying that we've got all the answers, and you keep on trying to make it look like our side is saying that, buddy. But I don't have a book with all the answers. Okay.
I do think, in fairness to his point, like I do think there is a significant issue. Yeah. In fairness,
what is so funny, dude?
Jesus
go
Christ.
Ahead, Immutable. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
seriously, go ahead.
I do think, in fairness to like the point he's making, like there is such a thing as like a fine-tuning problem in things we don't understand about what proper conditions, like or what like array of conditions are sufficient to give rise to life, and more importantly, like what chemical environments like have to be in place in order to like ensure that you get something that looks like life. So I mean, I do think there's like kinds of fine-tuning problems we don't understand, but this point of like is it possible like that every like parameter that we have could like needs to be met? Why not? Like that, I just see that as a very like weak form of fine-tuning argument.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Before we continue, Andrew, is there anything you would like to say as you bid your farewell? I don't know how that didn't make sense. Would you like to bid a farewell? Is there anything you would like to say as you bid your farewell? I don't know what the fuck that means. That was a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I had a blast tonight, so thanks for having me on, Leo, and thanks Pat and everyone else I talked to so far, and nice meeting you, Tapioca Weasel. Maybe we can have a physics discussion sometime in the future. That'd be fun.
Based on your icon, you may be interested in a conversation I had on Paleologos' channel recently, where he and I basically just agree with each other for an hour about how the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to creationist arguments.
Right. Yeah.
I don't see how he's still as intelligent as he seems to be, how he's still a creationist.
It's a temporary thing, I think. Yeah.
Anyways, have a good night, y'all. I'll probably be listening in from side chat. But
see you, Andrew.
Peace out, Andrew. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Now get out of here. Go now get.
What did you say, Garen?
I said.
I already kicked you. What the fuck?
Go
what are you
touch.
Fuck.
I thought Gert was gonna say like go touch grass, Andrew, and I was gonna say like that's fucking based as fuck.
No, man, he was shooing him away like the dog that you got to put down, but you don't want to.
Wow.
To run away.
I am.
And you throw rocks at it.
You just throw rocks.
Oh, rocks.
Jesus Christ.
You're trying to save its life. It's going to get put down, and you got to make it run away. And if it runs away, it can live.
Okay,
well,
so here's an interesting question. Ought one throw rocks at a dog to get it to run away to save its life? All things considered.
I would say so, yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so then it's good. All right, continuing.
Have been perfectly met by accident. At what point is it fair to admit that it is science itself that suggests that we cannot be the result of random forces?
Okay. Now, I'm sure Tapioca could probably speak to this more eloquently than I could, but I don't know what the fuck random force means. There is, like, when you're talking forces in nature, chromodynamics, the electrodynamics, things of that nature. I mean, there is a level of stochasticity to certain events that can occur in these theories.
As far as
but
I
wouldn't characterize them as random forces that just.
Yeah, I think that's more of a language dispute, though. I don't think this is. I don't think this is necessarily a out of line way of describing actual physics in the opinions of at least some reasonable people. I think it's definitely language that's being chosen ineloquently by somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. But like, you can find people who do know what they're talking about who might describe it this way.
I think
I'm limiting everything I just said. Strictly applies to the two-word combination "random forces."
Mm-hmm.
But stochasticity is a much better way of describing it. But at the end of the day,
if you take random to mean unguided, then.
I mean,
that also works.
It's weird because like the moment you start talking about like any kind of like probability theory in any level of detail, like I was originally going to say like you could just attribute random to be something like which is non-biased, but even that doesn't necessarily hold because there are stochastic processes which tend to yield like a particular outcome over the other. So,
but to what extent are those in most classical cases, at least for
Leo, are you going to the bathroom with your camera on? I'm sorry to interrupt, Doctor.
Because I hit the wrong button and I had my mic off instead of my. No, Gary, seriously, I'm glad you said something.
God damn it! I should have said shit.
Fuck you, asshole. Oh, fuck.
Legit, I was getting nervous. I was like, "Oh shit, does he know his camera is still fucking?"
I didn't. I thought I hit it, and I hit the mic.
Jesus fucking Christ!
In hindsight,
and the world was robbed of the most epic Leo video of all time this day.
And thus, Leo's unofficial OnlyFans channel was born.
I fucking saw the bathroom, and I was like, "Oh shit, he doesn't fucking know."
Oh well,
he's just
now it's weird. Now he has to be muted too. Before he could have gotten away with it. He could have gotten away with the whole thing, and gone to the bathroom, and like it would have been fine. But now we know he's there.
I mean, you wouldn't have seen anything because the camera's pointed at the back wall. I mean, it's not. Like it's just pointed in the opposite direction.
I understand that.
The worst we would have gotten was like a constant drizzle, and it's just like, oh boy, is that what I think?
The point is the activity in our head canon. Okay,
I know.
Our head canon about what's going on.
And now I can't unsee it. Okay, God fucking damn it.
Did you hear that toilet flushing?
I didn't.
Oh,
hey, Maya's here.
Who? What?
Hey, Maya.
Oh.
I heard
Oh, they're in the
water.
chat. Oh, hi.
Maya.
What the fuck is going on?
And Jason Jacoby.
Okay.
But I'm telling you though, I saw Leo and I was like, oh shit. That I swear to God, that's a bathroom. I wonder if he knows.
I didn't. I had no clue, dude. I thought it was already off. Oh, Lord of mercy. That's funny. Anyway.
Doesn't assuming that an intelligence created these perfect conditions in fact require far less faith than believing that a life-sustaining Earth just happened to beat the inconceivable odds? But wait, there's more. The fine-tuning necessary for life to exist on a planet is nothing compared.
All right there, Billy Mays. But wait, there's more.
I just have a question in regards to like what does perfect mean in this sense?
I don't think anybody knows.
Like, am I taking that to mean like it's the most optimal parameters?
Then what does optimal mean?
Yeah, I mean it's just like the idea of like perfect doesn't.
This is the problem
really,
with normative terminology.
Yeah, the idea of perfect like doesn't really make sense because, like, let's suppose like that this were the only like set of parameters that could generate life. Well, fine, you might have a point in saying it's perfect, but he hasn't really given an argument as to like
absurd.
Yeah, it's just like he hasn't given a sufficient argument like to give reason like why that would be the case.
Right, yeah, and
fuck did you say, Ger? What? No, seriously,
you
what
look
did you
like fucking Where's Waldo?
What? Do you see white stripes with my red shirt, motherfucker?
That's all that's missing. It's a
No.
white stripe.
And my hat, it is not a Waldo hat. It's my fingers could operate properly. It's a
You
cat
look
hat.
like a great value. Where's
I'm not the cat in the hat. I'm the guy in the cat hat.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Nicely done. I forget where the fuck we were.
Oh shit! What did I?
I was about to say, well,
what
there
the
goes
fuck?
Leo. Leo's gone.
I love how
No,
much
dude,
the
like,
stream
seriously-
has devolved since the grown-ups left.
This is like I don't even know what the. Can
can't
somebody
tell
tell
if
me
he's
what the fuck is
fucking
the?
with us. I can't tell if he's fucking with us or if he's for real.
It's like I'm coming in and out, and then it back in, and then it keeps going out, and I don't know what the fuck.
That's what
So how's
Okay,
everybody's
so-
day going?
How is everybody's day? Is everything okay? Okay, I think we're all right. All right, should we finish this video?
Sure.
Yes. With the fine-tuning required for the universe to exist at all.
Yeah, but what does fine tuning mean?
That doesn't.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Yeah, fine tuning is such a fucking loosely used terminology. It's like define fine tune versus whatever
And
the opposite is.
It's almost begging the question just within its name.
Yeah, okay.
that's a good point, yeah.
This does have some basis though.
It doesn't.
If you come at it with the sort of typical assumptions that a physicist might, when you look at the sort of constants for the
Fine-tuning
universe
problems.
to not just annihilate itself or not like. If you assume that there are sort of equal probabilities at all kind of logarithmic levels, which is the sort of naturalism argument, then it's absurd. But I don't think that assumption is justified, and I don't think most physicists necessarily think so either.
Okay. So now I can ask this question: what's your opinion on the anthropic principle?
That it's fundamentally silly, but in ways that aren't necessarily always trivial to describe. I don't think.
Yo, you wait a second. You think it's trivial?
No, I don't think it's trivial, but it
Okay.
seems trivial sometimes when you think about it from a certain lens, and it can be. I don't know. I go back and forth on the anthropic principle because I think it's, which means to say, is to say that I'm not exactly deriving a whole lot of my worldview in any way, shape, or form from the anthropic principle, but it's sort of trivially true to some extent. The basic assertion that you're not going to observe that which you are precluded by tautology from being able to observe, it's trivial in that sense. But what it says about the physics or metaphysics of the universe, I think, is debatable.
You said
I mean,
metaphysics in it.
I think if you take inflation seriously to any degree, I think the fine-tuning principle, or not the fine-tuning, sorry, the anthropic principle is at best highly questionable.
What isn't?
I don't know. I
Why
guess
with
I don't
inflation?
really understand inflation at a particularly high level.
I
I'm
think
a very
if you,
specialized guy.
well, I think the argument is something like this, right? And it's probably not the best version of the argument, but the idea is this, right? Like during like the point of during the time of inflation, right? It's very much so possible, like that the parameters like that things like elementary particles have and that govern their behavior could be far different than what they are currently, and thus, as a result, giving birth to very, very vast structures, like in wildly like erratic behavior than what we currently observe, like in our horizon of the universe. So I don't know, like if it's like if you're of the opinion like that certain parameters like that govern the laws of physics can change, I don't know what that says about the anthropic principle.
Yeah, me neither.
Because I mean,
but
I think
it's also not obvious that they can. But if they can't, why can't they?
That's the thing.
Why
like,
can't
if it's true,
what?
If it's true,
if they can't, why can't they? Is it
If
just a
what
brute
can't
fact?
do what? Why can't what do?
If constants, fundamental constants can't be different values, why can't they? And if they can, like how? Why?
What makes you think there is some sort of underlying reason giving why the constants are what they are? What would lead you to believe that?
The desire to keep on doing physics and not just like
but you can only do physics as long as there's some reality that which to do physics with respect to, right?
At least locally, yeah.
Yeah, that's not been
not
been an assumption that has been disappointing for physicists so far.
Well, no, but I mean, if you reach like the bottom of reality, then there just would be no more places to go to do physics.
Of reality.
Well,
if there even
think
is
there
such
is.
a thing.
Yeah, I think there probably is.
I don't know. I mean, it very well could be the case that something like the quantum scale, like that we have currently, is the best possible description we have of reality, but it's not actually like accurate in terms of like the most fundamental like description in terms of physics you could have. It could turn
How
out
would you
that
even know? How would you ever know that you have arrived at the bottom if there is a bottom?
When you can't derive anything further, when you can't go down any further, when
how would you know that that's not just the limit of your
prove like that you've exhausted the possibilities? That's a very hard task to do.
Well, I'm not saying that. I didn't say exhaust possibilities, but I certainly
you would
think.
have to.
I don't think you need to. I don't know. I guess I don't know what you mean by exhaust possibilities, but I don't think that the idea that the quantum scale of like the quantum fields are probably like one of, if not the most fundamental structure in reality. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you're going to find many physicists that disagree with that. I think most, at best, would say that. Yeah, they're fundamental, but there are probably other things alongside them that are equally fundamental, and like one doesn't go above or below the other. But I don't really think that you would find many physicists that say, oh yeah, we're going to be able to go way beyond the level of quantum fields and go even further and deeper into this. I think most are going to say that's probably, and I want to put emphasis on that word for a reason, that's probably what sits at the bottom of reality. Certainly with respect to what we currently know and with the indication of where theoretical physics at least is kind of, I mean, it's not done. Like there's a hell of a lot more to do, but there is it's not a dead end because that makes it seem like there's nothing beyond it, but it's a false dead end. It's reached sort of like a point where we need to further develop technology before we can start taking the steps to go further, and we just haven't done that yet.
I don't dispute that.
I think the fact that we can't reconcile quantum mechanics and relativity tells us that there's a lot we still need to learn.
General relativity.
Right.
Special relativity and quantum mechanics can be combined. That's how we get quantum field theory, but relativistic quantum field theory.
I mean, I think my point is that something like, I'm not speaking as to whether or not I think string theory is true or not in this case, But I think some, something like string theory or some, related variant of it, such as M theory, may possibly, right, be true. Like it may, like in some form of M theory, you may be able to get string theory, you may be able to extract quantum field theory out of it and have a perfectly consistent description of the laws of physics.
Yeah, I don't think
However,
quantum field theory is the problem. I think that comes pretty baked into most such theories.
That's what I would say too. I think quantum field theory definitely seems to be that more like solid foundational thing that you don't that's there, like you can't move that. That's, and then like when you start thinking of other things like general relativity, it's sort of like, well, it seems to me that physicists are more asking the question of how do we get to general relativity from sort of like a quantum field theoretical or a quantum mechanical view of reality, because that's the
it
view I would
certainly
take.
seems
I think
easier to go that way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I shouldn't say all physicists are doing that. That there's definitely a lot of different approaches that are being taken, which is good because that allows a broad array of ideas to come to the forefront that really helps us solidify what works and what doesn't and find our way down the right path. But personally, I do think that general relativity, the gravity, and that space-time itself most likely emerge from fundamental quantum structures or quantum plus X fundamental structures.
Yeah, I don't see it as inconsistent to say that something, that some structure like a manifold in string theory can give rise to a quantum field, right? Some description.
Oh, sure.
Because
I don't think string theory works. I don't think it's accurate. I think it's probably almost entirely false. But yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm not even sure if it's that. I think there's a large issue in terms of, look, you can consider what we live in to be a four-dimensional space, right? So, 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time. If string theory is true, the biggest issue it has is in terms of, look, if it's 10 or 11 dimensional, if it's 10D or 11D, how can we pack those dimensions microscopically? Because by and large, we've ruled out the macroscopic ones. And as you know,
we've ruled out a lot of the microscopic ones too. Well, maybe not for string theory.
But the thing is, there's something to the order of 10 to the 500, give or take.
But this is actually
possibilities.
So. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish your thought. I have something that's relevant though.
Hold on.
I think my point is I don't think we have enough mathematical machinery in order to kind of bring down that number to a number where you can actually make meaningful predictions for string theory in terms of trying to correlate it as being a theory that relates to physics. At best it's a mathematical theory.
Yeah, currently, yeah.
Probably more so than it is scientific,
yeah.
But
yeah, I would. Yeah, I am not going to disagree with a person who makes the crack that string theory isn't really physics. But I think it's a little mean.
I don't know. You can do useful physics with it.
I want everybody to see this on the screen.
Yeah, now you can, I guess.
That's the fun thing with string theory. You can derive results that were known, from different experiments from string theory. It's just not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Sure, but the important thing is that for the direct experimental evidence for string theory, there is no direct experimental evidence for string theory.
I wouldn't say that rules it out.
Well, no, but it certainly reduces my confidence in it.
Yeah, and it removes it. It removes it from the sort of classical realm of scientific consideration. I think the classical realm is fairly unduly limited in that regard necessarily, but.
I don't know. I think at this point it's a race to the bottom, right? It's either some version of of loop quantum gravity that's going to prevail, or string theory.
I don't.
We'll see.
So. I don't think it's going to be either.
I mean, those are the two most promising candidates.
Well, they're the two most prominent, but I don't know if they're the two most promising. I think ADS-CFT correspondence, which is a very much an offshoot of a string theory, but it's not string theory, is probably the most promising. But I don't think that'll be correct either. I think that's
I mean,
that's probably more likely than a lot of the others. I think this idea of holographicness, I guess you could say, is quite promising. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's a really promising way that which a four-dimensional space-time that we see could emerge from more fundamental, conformal aspects to reality, quantum mechanical, quantum field theoretical aspects to reality.
The important thing too is like ADS-CFT can't be accurate for the reason that we don't live in anti-de Sitter space.
Exactly. That's the big thing.
And the thing is, like, physicists know that, but the reason they're dealing with ADS-CFT rather than DS-CFT.
I have no idea what we're talking about anymore. This is so far out of my field.
Yeah, I don't either.
But the point is that we deal with ADS-CFT as a toy model because anti-de Sitter space is a space that's much more like where the math works out a lot better.
The Trinity radio.
But de Sitter space conformal field theory is a fucking nightmare. And we can't get it very easily.
It doesn't really work. This is a really simplistic way because I don't fully understand the math.
I don't understand it.
Well, you know more about the math than I do, Immutable. That can't be denied. But what I gather from it is that it's really, really simplistic, but that it just really, it's very hard, very unwieldy to get it to get this sort of conformal theoretical invariance with a de Sitter space the way that we can get it with an anti-de Sitter space.
That's basically the gist of it. It's that, to my knowledge, like anti-de Sitter space constructions, like just get it lets you get things done easier with the mathematics we have.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I mean, just because you can derive something in ADS doesn't mean the same thing holds in de Sitter space.
We scared Nitty off. I feel bad.
I mean, what if the universe it's a toroidal structure in the Z space, but we're not reversing our antipodes enough to recognize the polarity?
See,
and
this
then you
guy
have
knows
the
what he's
quantum
talking about.
fluctuations are reconfigurating the X factor.
See, I don't read Deepak Chopra, but if you're trying to find a way into the but if you're trying to find a way into the back rooms, that might do it.
I should have asked earlier, Tapioca, what kind of physicist are you? Because
I am an experiment.
I'm guessing you're not like specializing in like quantum field theory or like.
No. I am an experimentalist.
And what branch of physics?
Yeah, I am an experimental ultra cold atomic physicist. I am working on using. I'm working on using. Well, it's.
Can I ask a question?
In terms of sort of fundamentally, it's really easy to immediately get into a conversation about the sort of foundations of physics, but I am trying to make precision atom interferometers right now, and that is very much also sort of very detached from the kind of foundational questions.
I don't know. I mean, like for instance, I know at least a few years back there was some research with the NIH, and basically like what they were doing, it seems kind of related. Like what they were trying to do is they were trying to like do experiments like to see if if antimatter like has the same properties that are predicted like by quantum mechanics as
I'm waiting. I mean maybe it's come out in the last few months or something, but I have been waiting for them to finally get some antimatter and be able to just drop it and make sure that it falls down, because that hasn't actually been observed yet.
What do you mean exactly?
I mean,
What?
does antimatter fall down or does it fall up under
You mean-
a gravitational force?
I think
Oh,
That is not an experimentally resolved question yet.
I think it probably falls downward, I would imagine.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
so
But
hold
if
on,
it
hold on.
doesn't,
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. I suspect you'll at least know more than I will about the answer. Does antimatter interact with the Higgs field?
we probably don't know.
as far as we know, yeah, it doesn't.
Okay. So it possesses mass.
Yeah,
right?
we expect it to fall down. We have
What if it
expectations.
possesses
My point is,
antimatter?
it's still it's a wonderfully simple experiment, and I am very drawn to wonderful simple experiments.
I think
be
the
a really
point
good experiment to
Tapioca.
do, though.
I think the point
They're
Tapioca
working
is
on it.
making, and it's a good point to make, is that a lot of the things we expect from like antimatter and like the way it behaves is because a lot of physicists way back in the
Shit.
it's just because a lot of physicists way back in the 30s did a lot of calculations and they said, this is how it should behave. But experimentally, we're just now getting to the phase where we can put that to the test.
Yeah,
We don't know whether
yeah.
or not that's actually going to work.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are a lot of things that people used to think we would never be able to do, and now that we're able to do them, it opens up these. I mean, my advisor in grad school was the first person to Bose condense to achieve Bose-Einstein condensation in the laboratory, and that sort of spawned a whole vibrant subfield of atomic physicists.
You okay?
Yeah, that's my response to what he just said. And I'm not being
Anybody else
sarcastic.
understand that?
You don't understand when somebody whistles that particular note. When somebody says, "Oh yeah, well,
No, I get
my
it.
advisor was the first one to achieve Bose-Einstein condensate in the lab." Ooh, yeah, that's impressive. Like, come.
That's the same whistle.
I'm
I hear.
autistic, and you guys don't understand these social norms, but
No.
I'm the autistic one.
That is the same
don't
whistle that I hear when I take my pants off.
Wow.
I mean,
damn.
it was
thought
my,
you were
I
trying to
didn't do it. To be
indicate-
clear, I didn't do it. It was done in 1995. I didn't do it, but I can't remember where I was going with that. But there are a lot of
Well, I can tell you where I was going with that, darling.
that like were spun but my point was that this was a thing that was predicted in like 1927 or something.
Yep.
And it didn't happen until 1995, and back then it sort of seemed inconceivable by anybody that it would happen.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, just like black holes and
Inconceivable.
gravitational waves. So
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Tapioca, what do you know about condensed matter physics?
I like took a class on it, and Brion zones.
What classes
I
did you take on QFT?
On QFT, I took Quantum Physics 3 in grad school.
Okay.
And I took it twice because I dropped out of it the first time because I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention and I wasn't very good at it.
So yeah, well, rain check on this class.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I took it the second time, and okay. Part of this has to do with the difference in the quality of the textbooks. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
What was your first one? It wasn't
first
Peskin and
one-
Schroeder, was it?
Yes, it was fucking Peskin and Schroeder. This is my point. It was Peskin and fucking Schroeder, and it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Okay, but this one. Hold on, let me turn on my camera. This one's way better.
Oh, that's
Much
the
better
one,
book.
Quantum Field Theory and the Standard Model by oh my God, what's his name? I want to keep wanting to say Steven something, but it's not correct. I know
Schwartz,
that's not.
dude. It's on
Yeah,
screen,
Schwartz.
but
There you
it
go.
was all-
Schwartz.
It was blurry. It was blurry.
No,
Yeah.
that
Your
one. See,
Schwartz
that
is
one I've
bigger
heard.
than
That
mine.
one. That one and the one by Mark Srednicki are two that I have heard are really, really fucking good. But the grad students that I've talked to, none of them like the book by Peskin and Schroeder. None of them.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, dude.
Yeah.
I guess I don't even have a copy of it, which is saying
something.
I
wouldn't, because every night there'd be like a massive demon standing over my bed that would just like, it would be a Cartesian demon.
And because here's the thing though, like maybe not so much recently, but it was true for me. I had to take E&M out of Jackson.
Okay.
A lot of people had to do E&M out of Jackson. And
did you like it?
I understand why. Like, it's not a bad choice, but there are better choices. It's really hard.
Okay. I've heard that about Jackson. He's pretty. He or she? Is it a she? I can't even remember.
John David Jackson.
Okay, I was gonna say. I think it is a he.
Yes. He died in like 2018 or something.
Yeah, his book's a late 80s, early 90s, somewhere around there. 83 maybe.
Do I have it? Hold on. The third edition was more recent than that. I think that might have been in the 90s.
Okay.
But,
do you know anything about Griffith's electrodynamics?
I have a copy of Griffith's electrodynamics.
Do you like it, or what?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Griffith's for undergraduate stuff for sure.
Because I have heard that his book is actually really good for like an undergraduate electromagnetism or electrodynamics.
It's definitely what, like, if I had to teach a class, that's what I would use. That's what I used.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was great.
Did you read his book on quantum mechanics at all, or?
That one was not the one I was taught out of. I was taught out of a book by Townsend.
Okay,
it's also very good, but I have heard good things about Griffiths.
Yeah, I've read parts of his quantum mechanics book, and I thought it was pretty damn good, actually. I also have the quantum mechanics book in the theoretical minimum series by Leonard Susskind, but that's not a technical like textbook. That's sort of something to give the material some sort of accessibility to people who aren't like they don't have degrees in this, but are like me, lay persons that are interested in it. I mean, it might sound quite condescending or pretentious or pompous, but I don't actually consider myself a layperson. I consider myself autodidactic, and I do think that there's a distinction between the two. Personally,
I would agree. I would agree with you. Yes, I think layperson is not applicable necessarily. This is sort of the book that if you wanted to like kind of learn atomic physics, I would suggest.
Wait, hold that back up really quickly.
Atomic physics.
Yeah, that's the Oxford Masters series in physics. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that series.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good ones. They have a great lasers one that I also have.
The one in, I think it's like particle astrophysics is the one I really want to get. I just don't have a wish list because I don't have a Patreon because I don't have any way of making money quite yet. I feel bad about doing that. I don't know. It feels weird to like ask people on the internet to pay me for making videos for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, something's like, but you're making content. Like the people are watching. Like, why shouldn't you give them the opportunity to choose to support you if they want to?
I feel like
it's just
one
weird.
is justified in doing so, but I do understand that.
And that's one of the things that like pisses me off, like with people who criticize capturing Christy, like Cameron Bertuzzi. Like, look, dude, you cannot fucking bitch at this guy for the guys that sit there and like, and now for today's video sponsor, like, but you don't say anything about fucking these guys, but you bitch about Cameron being like, hey guys, I got a family, any support is really appreciated. Like, what the fuck, man?
I was on the hot seat. Yeah, I was in the hot seat of Answers in Atheism because I was like, listen, Dodge Maddox. I don't think he's grifting. I think he truly believes this stuff. If he wants to make money and if he can make money off of it, I get it. Like, that's not
response for you, Snake.
I have to make this.
Not for a snake, a little snaky snake. Just set
the moment Maddox said that ribose is a protein, he lost me.
I remember
I don't.
Guys, it ends in O-S-E. That's like all of the proteins.
I mean, it does have a few of the letters, like for some. I mean, but the moment he said that one, I was like, man, I must have like fell asleep during that fucking class and of like year one biochemistry.
Hey guys, you guys want to know something? You guys want to know something funny? If you really look at IP's face, this is my face right now because I want to start this video. So
do it.
Let's finish the PragerU video. I forget.
No, I already brought this video up.
Yeah,
so
I want to see
this. I want to laugh at Eric Metaxas.
Well, you want to know? Wait, hold on, Immutable. Do you want to know something funny?
What?
Tell me something funny you'd like me to tell you.
Eric Metaxas.
I already kicked you. What are you gonna do?
I fucking knew that was coming.
You're gonna question me?
If you're telling me,
I wish Danny was here for this video. Just based on the title alone, I want to know where he disagrees.
He's not a mind-body dualist. He's not a mind. He's a property dualist. Property dualism can fit with naturalism. Danny would disagree. Jack Angstrike would disagree. They can come at me, bro. Actually, honestly, no. You know what? If I had a discussion with Jack on that, we'd probably disagree. But I think that would actually be a good discussion because I know how to actually have good discussions with Jack. Because I know the kind of person he's very much like me. Like when I ask you questions, like you can explain it a little bit, but just give me your answer. Give me your answer so I know where you stand. Then explain it so that we can carry on from there. That's a better way than trying to explain your answer and also at the same time kind of dodge giving one. Anyway. Let's dive into this.
Snake did ask a very good question, but I'd have to ask Speed for that one. If anybody knows where the source, like or clip for when Maddox said the ribose is a protein.
Little snake should slither right on into the stream. Little sneaky snag.
Let's
gonna
move
sneak
on
his
to
way
our
up somewhere.
favorite atheist, Kevin Non-Tradcat.
Oh no, Mr. Squidward! No, what are you doing? That doesn't go there, Mr. Squidward.
Are Christians necessarily obligated to accept mind-body dualism due to souls? If y'all are MD dualists, how do you get around the conservation of energy problem?
Oh, okay. I can get around that easily.
For those of us who are ignorant to this particular question, how is the conservation of energy a problem or allegedly a problem for sources?
Well, so within the universe,
I gotta be honest, dude. Like
That's
IP,
funny.
Mike Jones, dude, I like this guy. I do. I like him.
I don't have a big problem with him. In all honesty,
I mean, I disagree with quite a bit of what he says. Like, I'm not going to make make any bones about that. But
I've poked at him a lot throughout my YouTube years. But I do like the guy.
And the funny thing is, I would love to have a discussion with him on like physics and theism because me and him are both ontic structural realists. Me and him are both bundle theorists. Me and him both reject well, actually no, I don't think he rejects the Copenhagen interpretation. But like there's quite a bit about like certain aspects of our metaphysical views that are the same.
Interpretation is just dumb.
It really fucking is. Thank you for saying that.
I would say that's not really even an interpretation. It's just.
It's not.
It's kind of what you get when you don't have one.
Interpretation, which in the sense of how bad it is.
You want to know what it is?
It's not really trying to be an interpretation. It's
trying
to
shut up
be
and
a
do the
thing
math.
where it's shut up and calculate. And frankly, there is a lot to be said for shut up and calculate.
Except for it doesn't work.
What I would like to see.
I mean, it gives you accurate results, but it doesn't tell you anything beyond that. Anyway, what?
Yeah.
I would like to see you challenge his idolism.
Idealism?
Yes, not idolism. Idealism.
He idolizes Gardens, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
Anyway, let's get to this. Let's get to
this.
law of conservation says you cannot create or destroy matter in the rule. So if you're going to, if there's a
the thing is that I mean that's not wrong, but it's a really simplistic way of putting it. Like it's the conservation of energy and momentum. Like in any physical system, the amount of mass energy in the system as a whole, all things being equal, will be conserved. Now you can argue that this is violated in general relativity, and if I remember correctly, it's violated in a local sense. It isn't violated in a global sense. Globally, mass energy is conserved. Locally, it's not, as a result of the geometric curvature in space-time and how that can change the energy of systems moving through it. But yes, globally, the mass energy is conserved.
If it was violated in any sense, on a macroscopic scale, that would be news to me. I know it's violated at the quantum scale, quote unquote. In Feynman diagrams, like self-contained loops don't have to be on shell in the way that other things do. But
hashtag renormalization.
I'm
sorry.
I had a lecture that started with Professor Neil writing on the board, non-renormalizable groups are renormalizable. And he wrote that, and then drew the line under it, and turned around, and we just all burst out laughing. And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Dude, look at what you wrote. You wrote non-renormalizable groups, or I can't even remember, theories. That's what it is. Non-renormalizable theories are renormalizable." And I was like, this is madness. And then he proceeded to explain in mathematically precise detail how you renormalize non-renormalizable groups.
Yeah,
and
we're going to
my mind was blown.
Yeah, we're going to make the Octonians, which are non-associative algebra, associative. God, here we go.
Yeah, I mean it's really, but it's not hard. You just change some definitions and boom.
To be fair, he was teaching out of his book, which I showed earlier. The definitions don't change. They're given properly from the start, and if you're looking ahead, you can sort of see where the loopholes are. Because
I mean, look. Physicists are great at mathematical gymnastics. They're pros at it for all I'm concerned.
That's
I think
what physics is.
We're either the second or third best discipline at it. Computer science is either third or second as well, and of course mathematics. Mathematics, I mean, they just win. They can do more mathematical gymnastics than anybody, obviously.
I mean, look,
I don't know, man. Physicists are pretty.
I'm a mathematics major, and I can genuinely say things stay simple when you don't dive into like the details. The moment you start asking, like, what the.
Yeah, everything's simple if you don't dive into the details.
It's like, oh, what do you mean a function can be continuous, like, but not differentiable? Well, yeah, well. People mathematically in like the 18th century got fucking bored and decided to make life more complicated.
Yeah, well, what I find odd is the first examples that they had, because they could have used just like normal examples. Instead, they used sine waves, and sine waves are like the subcomponents are like differentiable. It doesn't matter.
I mean, but that's part of that is I think they're probably using that due to what is it, Fourier's theorem? The fact that any given function you can construct can be constructed as well as an infinite series of sinusoidal waves.
But Fourier's theorem is
what? Wait, what was that?
Fourier's theorem.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's how we pronounce it in math. Fourier.
Is that? That is how we pronounce it in math and physics. How are we supposed to?
You didn't. Neither of the R's are R'd in that name. Fourier. Fourier transform? Oh yeah. Just like everybody says Poincaré, and I'm just like, what the fuck is Poincaré? You mean Poincaré or a Poisson bracket, a Poisson bracket?
I really could care less. I just care about what it says.
Mr. Schrodinger.
Schrodinger?
Schrodinger?
Hey, Leo.
Yeah.
Time, effort, counseling, you will get over it. Anyway, so Fourier's theorem. Yes, absolutely.
What?
Yeah, that's probably why they chose to do it that way. Because Fourier's theorem essentially just says, if you give me a function, I can decompose it into a series of sine and cosine waves, with some set of amplitudes associated with it. That's determined very mathematically precise, but you can also use like sine and cosine waves to construct functions that are always continuous but nowhere differentiable.
It's weird. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
That's math for you.
Yep.
Don't get me started on the theory of integration.
For those of us who are ignorant to this particular question, how is the conservation of energy a problem or allegedly?
Oh, I remember what I wanted to say. Yeah, like in quantum mechanics and stuff, I think you can largely get conservation. I think it's really more conservation of momentum that becomes the most important factor. But there's also a thing called unitarity.
Oh God.
And mind-body dualism. How does that deal with unitarity? That's what I would want to know, because I think that's going to be probably a little bit more important than conservation. You get the unitarity in there. Yeah.
I love how the face rubbing prompted that thought. Your mind works in very weird ways, Leo.
Well, no, it was that they were talking about the conservation, and then he brought it back up, and I was like, oh, that was what I was going to say.
So within the universe, the law of conservation says you cannot create or destroy matter within the rule. So if there's the way the typical objection goes, if there's like these outside souls that are controlling brains, for them to do that, they would have to sort of do it like adding a little bit of energy in here or there to sort of get the brain to move or do things. So you're constantly creating new energy if souls exist.
So a better way to put the what is called the interaction problem of the immaterial mind is the idea that if the mind is fundamentally and thoroughly a non-physical thing, how is it that it interacts with physical things? What is the mechanism that one can quantify and define to understand how the non-physical mind interacts with the physical brain and vice versa, and the physical body to instantiate itself in the physical world? But it's often said that there isn't like some physical mechanism there. Well, okay, then it's either that you don't have any mechanism at all, in which case you don't have anything in which consists some form of interaction, or it's that this interaction is violating the fundamental principles of conservation of energy and momentum, and even at the quantum scale, unitarity. So if it's not violating those, fine, then what's the mechanism? But they're not going to be able to give it to you. So this isn't avoiding the objection. It's just sort of trying to like argue it away. But that's fundamentally what the interaction problem is.
You also you don't need just one you don't need just like one interaction per thought. You need an interaction for each molecule in each synapse that fires. Shannon Q, I think, was making a good argument about this, that like you have like potassium ion channels and different your different chemoreceptors and things in your brain. There would have to be an interaction with each of those different molecules on the you know what I mean?
Yeah, I call that the scale problem. Like, at what level does this interaction occur? How many levels? In what way? Like, it just it's sort of an add-on to the interaction problem that shows how it further complicates it for the mind-body dualist.
Right.
Or the substance dualist, I should say. Anybody else? No?
No, let's see what they give us outside of, hopefully it's not as bad as William.
Neuroscientists like John Eccles were writing to respond to that and basically say, no, you don't have to. So I'm an idealist. So I don't even think there's a problem because I say all is mind. But there's a neuroscientist named John Eccles who wrote about this. And he said, like, it's not so much the side that a soul has to sort of add energy in to make decisions in the brain. You got to think of it more in quantum, is what he's talking about. Quantum forms. There's a probability wave in certain neurons, and all the soul has to do is sort of shift probability one way or the other.
But the funny thing is that you can shift probabilities all you want, but you're not going to change unitarity. The probability of getting some measurement contained within the weighted set of observations you could get for this measurement is always 1. And you're never going to change it. Like, I think in like quantum field theory with some stuff in like beta, I think it's like beta decay, like unitarity is supposedly violated, but that there's some complexities there, and that's not really what it is, or something like that.
Well, no, but you said within the weighted set that his point is you can change the weighting, though.
Well, sure, but your unitarity is always going to be 1. So whatever it is going to be something that can be within the weighted set. We're gonna okay, then it's physical. So what is it?
I don't disagree with you, but I think the problem comes in not with the idea that like you couldn't have something that shifts the probabilities. The problem comes in that there's no evidence for any shifted probabilities that he's talking about.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm saying
that's
is
where
that
the problem is,
I'm
right?
granting that you can shift probabilities, but what I'm saying is that you're not violating unitarity, and all that would mean is that what you're just appealing to aspects of the physical system. Like you're not at that point. Then you're just not appealing to anything beyond the natural world. So that would like what he's saying here is it going to work?
Yeah, but when you say you don't violate unitarity, what do you actually mean by that specifically?
That the weighted set that exists for what you could observe for any measurement in quantum mechanics, when you make that measurement, it's going to be something in the weighted set. It can't be something not in the weighted set. You can shift the weighted set, and you can shift what's in it, but it's going to be something. It's the notion that if you sum over all the probabilities for some observation, it always amounts to one. Yeah,
that's why it's called unitarity.
Yeah,
that's a tautologically true statement. He's saying that you can change the probable statements. I don't think the unitarity argument is necessarily like salient here.
Why not?
Because their point is you can change the possible outcomes. Your point is you can only get a possible outcome. Nobody disputes that.
Well, that's not my point. My point is that whatever you observe for the measurement, you can shift various probabilities for what you measure, but you're never not going to measure what's in a weighted set. That's what I'm saying. So I'm granting. I'm granting
what they're saying is they can shift the weight. Okay.
Yeah, I'm granting what he's saying.
I don't think it defeats what he's saying, though.
Well, but what I'm pointing out is that I can grant what he's saying, and it doesn't violate unitarity. And in virtue of not violating unitarity, I don't think he's adding anything into the natural world, and thereby he's not appealing to non-natural or non-physical things. And in virtue of that, he doesn't have a substance dualism.
Oh, I think you could absolutely add things into the physical world that don't necessarily have an observable outcome on unitarity. There are other ways, like unitarity isn't an end-all, be-all thing. And okay, I've been on papers with unitarity in the title, so this is not a subject that I'm particularly ignorant on.
Well, I'm not saying it's like some be-all, end-all, but I'm saying that if unitarity isn't violated, I don't think that it makes any sense to say that you're appealing to anything beyond the physical world, because whatever that you're going to measure is going to be in the weighted set that's going to be given by a physical description of a physical system. So you're not appealing to anything non-physical, and that just defeats substance
the assumption
dualism.
that I don't think. What if it's not? What if it's not? What if?
Well, if it's not physical, how is it in the weighted set?
That is the.
Because it's got degrees
I'm
of freedom.
I'm not the one who's claiming that argument, but I think what you're doing is if I were a philosopher, I would maybe say something like category error, but I don't know what those words actually mean.
That means you're taking something in like one category and moving it to another and arguing from there.
Yeah, that's not helpful, Leo. Can you see how that's not helpful?
I mean, all I'm saying is that I can grant what he's saying. He's not violating unitarity, and thereby he's not appealing to non-physical substrates.
I'm not a philosopher. I'm a physicist. God damn it.
I mean, they're not entirely too far related based upon what kind of.
I mean, they both start with a letter of the alphabet.
You start getting into like foundations of physics. Lines start to blur.
No, I don't disagree with you, but most physicists don't.
Just saying.
Is my point.
Well, they're still in the shut up and do the math kind of mentality of.
If come shadow me at work one day. Do you live in the Bay Area?
No, I don't. I live in Florida.
Okay, well.
Florida.
Oh, there's a really cool. Anyway, sorry.
Are your colleagues not the shut up and do the math types? If so, that's very refreshing.
They are, but they're also not theoreticians. They're experimentalists. And most of the time, it's not about doing math.
Good.
It's about designing a thing.
Oh, there we go. So they're actually.
So they're engineers. You work with engineers. So yeah,
No,
you
we
took
don't work
offense.
with
You took offense to that, didn't you?
I did. I did take offense to that. If you equate experimental physics with engineering, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not saying that.
You just did it, dude.
No, I said you worked with engineers. I didn't say y'all were.
I don't work
engineers.
with engineers.
So you don't work with? Okay, there you go.
You know, here goes.
I actually
the
didn't know if
hierarchy.
they were like were engineers
In
working
my
in your department or not.
I spent several years in grad school, and at no point did I work with an engineer that I knew the first name and the last name of and didn't interact with solely over email. And those are always in technical support situations where the thing from the company is like giving an error. We worked with machinists.
Ooh.
Machinists. So yeah. I mean, they probably so the electronics shop, I guess we just always called them by their names. I guess hypothetically you could call them electrical engineers, and I will therefore withdraw my previous statement.
Are they though? Are they really?
Anyway, nobody cares about this.
So it's not so much this idea that you have to sort of add energy to change. You just got to shift probability fields, which we already know happens.
Could we say, on your view, like because of quantum mechanics, could we say, it could be, like this might be a bit speculation, that this happens by observation?
Absolutely, that is my view.
And then that wouldn't require. Would it be true then that doesn't require energy transfer?
No, it does not. No, and you know, to get into a little bit of quantum physics, I'll keep it simple and brief. But there is no physical equation that can describe measurement or observation. That's something that is a gap in our knowledge there, and so this is why we have the measurement problem to begin with. And people like me and physicists like Henry Stabb have argued that this implies consciousness, bridges that gap.
But isn't the case too when you say?
I do think that the measurement problem is a legitimate thing that physics does not have a good description of. I don't know that there aren't theories. It's exactly the sort of question that is most susceptible to your critique, immutable. That it's not something that physicists spend enough time thinking about. I would agree with that 100%, for example.
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, mathematical physicists exist for a reason, but physicists play hard and fast with the math sometimes.
I think I agree with IP in that there isn't like a physical equation that describes the dynamics of observation or something like that.
Yeah.
But the measurement problem, I suppose you could say, is a problem. Holding to relational quantum mechanics myself, I don't find it to be that much of it. It sort of falls out of a relational quantum mechanics, which is one of the reasons why I like RQM, is because the measurement problem isn't a problem. It's sort of a feature. So, I mean, obviously IP would disagree with that because he's an idealist. But I don't think consciousness has anything to do with measurement. I think, I think I would take a step further than even a lot of physicists would and say that decoherence doesn't fully solve the measurement problem, but it's associated with the notion of measurement, and that the measurement is still sort of a feature of the reality rather than like this problem that we need to overcome. I mean, there's some technicalities to that, but this just comes down to difference in metaphysical beliefs about quantum mechanics between me and IP ultimately.
The fondest hope of, I think, any true-blooded physicist, I say gatekeeping like a mother, is that I desperately hope there comes a time when these different metaphysical positions become physically falsifiable. That's where it's hard to get there so often. It's so hard to get from a well-defined, complex, reasonable, and elegant and beautiful metaphysical model, and between another one that's also really cool in a lot of different and totally mutually contradictory ways, but then you can't distinguish them.
Yep.
I don't think it matters so much. If it's useful for their theology, for their apologetics, they're going to cling to it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not all of them, but like Catholics still hold to a lot of like Platonic and Aristotelian ideas that have been outdated for thousands of years. It's like
yeah.
Thomism.
Leo, what's your perspective on Mach's principle?
I don't know if I know what Mach. I really do not know that much about Mach. I keep hearing him brought up. I need to start reading a lot of what he wrote. But I really do not know anything.
I haven't read anything he wrote. Mach's principle is basically the idea that an inertial frame is to some extent dependent on the distribution of matter in the distant universe. If you didn't have any matter outside of Earth, would the spin of the Earth be like distinguishable from not spinning?
Yeah, that seems to me.
When you suddenly remove any external field, it becomes pretty difficult to tell.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you still have the centripetal force at the equator? I mean, I could see.
But how would it, you should?
Yeah, but what would you measure that would be different from that would give you the notion that there's some form of movement? Well, against what are you measuring that force?
You could observe that you weigh less at the equator than you do at the poles.
Yeah, but that's just the normal.
If we would know why.
That's a measurement. That's a measurement of changing. All of these things amount to a measurement of the changing locations with respect to, at some point, some kind of inertial background.
Well,
if
isn't
you
it? It's
rotate the entire universe at one time per day. The entire universe is rotating, and nothing is ever changing. Like, you can't. Any relational measurement is going to be indistinguishable from not.
There is no measurement. All measurements would underdetermine both that model and the models that we currently use. That the Earth is moving and all the other objects are moving, or that the universe itself is moving around the Earth in such a way as to exactly reproduce what we see.
I want to be clear. I am not coming this from a geocentrist perspective.
No, I get what you're saying. I've debated Robertson Genis. I've debated Robertson Genis, so I get that. But it's no different than the idea that if you're in a car that's driving down a road past a wooden post at 100 kilometers an hour, mathematically speaking, in relativity, there's no difference between the post being stationary and the car moving past it in one direction at 100 kilometers an hour, or the car being stationary and the post moving past the car in the opposite direction at the same speed. Mathematically, no difference. They're exactly the same. But that doesn't mean that we can't determine. Different. Yeah, that doesn't mean exactly. Metaphysically speaking, like we can look in the world and we can see which one is obviously the case. We're in a car, the car is driving down the road, the post is in the ground. Like you can figure out that there is in fact a difference.
Well, yeah, but
the only way you can do that is because you use the Earth as a reference frame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is using the stars as a reference frame.
Exactly. Yeah, which is using other. It just keeps going. Reference frames all the way down. Oh, it's funny because it's kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit true.
Yeah, this is like there are places where you can ask questions and really get under people's basic sense of reality. Because when I learned about this, I was like, wait. It was like the two-way speed of light problem. The two-way speed of light problem is a nightmare, dude. Because every fiber in my being is like, there's no way that you wouldn't be able to tell them the difference between like thermalization of like universe cosmological scale like things. The thermalization rates from an orthogonal perspective should be totally different.
Yep.
But no, you can show mathematically that they're indistinguishable, and therefore any argument you come up with that doesn't violate those assumptions that you used to prove that are just wrong.
Yep. Shit's insane, dude. It's absolutely like that's one of the things I realized when I was learning a lot of this stuff on my own is that like what the fuck? Like literally just like what the fuck? Like how do you? It's like do we know anything? Do we know what's going on? Do we know what's happening? What the fuck is this shit?
Yep.
All right,
I'm like mathematics. I'm like the Sith. We deal in absolutes.
I'm gonna play the video.
Like energy can be neither created or destroyed. Isn't that a law based upon observation and regularity, and you can't make it an immutable law? For all we know, there could be instances in
quantum mechanics. Could we say, it could be, like this might be a bit speculation, that this happens by observation?
Absolutely, that is my view.
And then that wouldn't require. Would it be true then that doesn't require energy transfer?
No, it does not. No, and you know, to get into a little bit of quantum physics, I'll keep it simple and brief. But there is no.
Sorry about that. I had to unmute myself. So I got a question, Tapioca, because I'm not sure on this. Wouldn't whether or not measurement requires some form of energy really depend on the notion that some physicists took with respect to what measurement was? That like if measurement is nothing more than an interaction with the system, obviously there's going to be some sort of like, I don't know, transfer of energy or something like that between the systems, and maybe there's a conservation of it between the systems or something like that. What would you say?
For a given mechanism, I would agree with you, but I think from a sort of mathematical perspective, it's not clear that there's a lower bound on that energy.
Okay.
And so it's not clear to me that it would be precluded. It might be, but you would need to have a model at some level of what it means to make a measurement. And I think, for example, by the way, I totally 100% had to Google this because it wasn't a term I was familiar with. I Googled relational quantum mechanics and I did a quick like skim through. And I think that is to some extent kicking the can up the road, but I'm also not convinced you're not allowed to do that forever. Like, why not?
Yeah, I hold the relational quantum mechanics alongside a variety of other metaphysical views. That like ontic structural realism, bundle theory. There's a lot of stuff there.
You should send me some links. I know that. Are we friends on anything other than?
Like, it's a very strange question.
The Society of YouTube.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. What?
Anyway, I was suddenly realizing, like, if I wanted you to send me a link, where would you send it to? And
do you have an email? I can send it to you over Twitter.
And a mail? I do have an email.
Okay. An email?
I'm gonna use that for my entire life now.
Do you have an email?
I'm only gonna call it an email.
Just imagine walking up to some like 60-year-old academic. Hey, what's your email address? What?
Yo, he'll probably get it though.
No, and he'll be like, "Yo, dog, I got this right here," you know. Oh shit! All right, I rewound it because I wanted to wait for this part.
No physical equation that can describe measurement or observation. That's something that, like me and physicists like Henry Stapp have argued that
energy can be neither
bridges that gap.
That isn't the case too,
Right
when
here.
you say like energy can be neither created or destroyed. Isn't that a law based upon observation and regularity, and you can't make it an immutable law? For all we know, there could be instances in which it could be done. So if laws are based on observation and regular patterns, then you can't move from that observation to a universal application that it's literally impossible in all cases for energy to be neither created or destroyed.
So, by the way, this is Eli Ayala. He is a presuppositionalist, if you couldn't tell. And I love how he just wedges this in. Yeah, but like conservation of energy is this law that presupposes the regularity in nature. And these atheists don't have a ground for the regularity in nature. So, like, this is just so fucking dumb. Nobody said it was an immutable law. All I would say to Eli is, can you show me an instance of where it's false, please? Now, I would expect an educated person to say like general relativity, but there's nuances there, and I don't think that's really going to work. And then I would just reiterate, so can you show me an instance where it's false, please? Well, but that doesn't mean you're right, but can you show me an instance of where it's false? Well, no, okay, so we have good reason to suppose that it's probably not false in any instance, but there's a small possibility that it could be, right?
Logically speaking, you don't, though.
No, logically speaking, fuck no, absolutely not. Like, logically speaking, there's no contradiction in all the laws of physics just changing in 10 seconds. Nothing in logic is going to bring you to the laws of physics. Not at all. No. I don't think so anyway. Maybe some.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. The world's a hot mess, man. If there was a God, it wouldn't be.
I agree. Don't get me started on the argument from evil, though.
Well, there's another issue here as well. Even if we were to assume that what he's saying is correct, and there's some sort of force that can interact with your brain on a quantum level to influence your actions, there would be absolutely no reason to think that force could have any other existence outside of your brain.
Yeah. I also would just reiterate that I don't think that even at the quantum scale, there's a reason to suppose that this force or whatever would be non-physical. I think that if it doesn't violate conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, or unitarity, then it's just definitionally physical. If it does violate them, okay, then show me that violation.
Yeah,
Would you also include angular momentum with those other?
Yes, linear and angular. I would include both in conservation of angular or conservation of momentum.
But is that a physical state or like a phase state?
I don't.
What do you
I guess
mean?
I don't really. I don't really see the difference. A phase state to me is just a physical state. It's a state in a phase space defined by degrees of freedom. I take that to just mean physical.
Well, what are the degrees of freedom in this concept?
Well, I mean, like in a phase space, the degrees of freedoms are usually considered like this is a little bit simplistic, but like the positions and the momentums. That's more like a classical notion, but quantum mechanically, you can have those.
Under your view, Lily,
along a non-one-dimensional space, you need at least two dimensions to have a phase space for angular momentum.
Yes, true.
Unless you're talking about a quantized Hilbert space, I would probably say. But it's a topic that we should do a video on it in the future.
I was actually just about to say, hey, do you want to maybe do something on this?
Because the connection between I would need to prepare though is my point.
No, it's all good. Yeah, prepare to your heart.
Because I mean, also to some extent linear momentum, but linear momentum accepts that there is no difference. In angular momentum, the question that of Mach's principle that we were discussing earlier takes place, even though both of those are mathematically
what would you say about spin?
Seemingly equal. I don't know what I would say.
Because spin, what I have heard is that it's an intrinsic angular momentum, but
yeah.
You know what?
I mean,
I just stumped myself.
I don't know, man.
Oh, shit. Hey, at least we're asking good questions, though, right? Shit.
Dude, angular momentum is the bane of my existence, even though, dude, LJ coupling, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Hold on. That book I showed earlier, CJ Foote's Quantum Atomic Physics, rather. Chapter 2 is like all about it, and dude, chapter 2, my copy of it is like dog-eared because sometimes you forget the selection rules and you got to go back. And my advisor that I pretend name dropped earlier would agree with that 100%. He was like, dude, I forget the selection rules all the time. And I'm like, dude, you are kind of a big deal.
Oh shit. Immutable, I think you wanted to say something there?
My question's unrelated. When you were doing like quantum field theory and stuff like that, did you ever like formally learn about Lie algebras, or how did that work?
Yeah, but not to the degree
Not
that
extensively?
I can tell you what they are. Yeah.
So, can I ask a quick question?
The words came up maybe in 2 or 3 lectures in my entire grad school experience.
Can I ask a quick question
Really?
that might
That's
help
kinda
clarify? That might help.
Maybe 10 or 15 actually. Now that you mention it, but I just can't remember what they are. Hi.
Yeah, I'd have to look them up again too.
Can I ask a quick question that might help clarify this? The question that Immutable asked.
Oh shit! Wait.
So what do you know about what did you learn about Yang-Mills theories? Or yeah, I should say Yang-Mills theory. Uh-oh. I feel. What did I do?
Not much.
But you've heard.
No,
you've heard
remember. Yeah, and it's pretty important, and I think that I should know more than I do. It's like it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
I mean.
So yeah,
was he on the 1957 prize?
I want to say maybe one. Hold on here.
Was Yang at least?
I think so.
Because we have a thing in my branch called the LHY connection.
Sung-Dong Lee, co-recipient of the 1957 Nobel Prize in Physics, together with Chen-Ning Yang. Welcome to Stockholm. So, yep, Chen-Ning Yang won the Nobel Prize alongside Sung-Dong Lee in 1957.
Yeah, so Li, Yang, and the guy with the H in the middle, like they did a thing, and I think it was probably in some way directly connected to this thing that they won the prize for. They're the only people, by the way, or at least some of them, the only people to, in my knowledge, win a Nobel Prize in Physics the same year that they did the thing. They did the thing in March, they won it in October.
Is that true?
Because it was just like transcendently obviously useful.
Like Li Yang theory? In statistical mechanics, Li-Yang theory, sometimes also known as Yang-Li theory, is a scientific theory which seeks to describe phase transitions in large physical systems and the thermodynamic limit based on the properties of small, finite-sized systems.
Yep, that sounds right.
The theory revolves around the complex zeros of partition functions of finite-sized systems and how these may reveal the existence of phase transitions in the thermodynamic limit. That definitely sounds like matter physics stuff, for sure.
Yep.
I forget now. Did Murray
originally developed for the Ising model? Okay, Ising. It's Ising, isn't it? The Ising model. Ising.
Ising. But you're asking the people who you took exception to Fourier with. So.
Yeah, but I asked. You guys didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to do that. All right. I think we can just go ahead and close that out.
I did ask. I just didn't ask you, and I asked 10 years ago.
Oh shit!
I forget now. Did Murray Gell-Mann receive a Nobel Prize? Like he was
I would
big
think so.
I think he did.
If I recall right, like he was.
Didn't he invent quantum chromodynamics?
He certainly helped.
Well, that's what quarks are.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Resonant perturbations in the chromodynamic field. Quark fields. I guess the chromodynamic field would be more the gluon field, but. Yeah.
When did he get his
Murray
Nobel Prize?
Gell-Mann
Yeah,
was
but
an
I mean-
American physicist who received the 1969 Nobel Prize in Physics for his work on the theory of elementary particles. He was the Robert Andrews Millikan Professor of Theoretical Physics Emeritus at the California Institute of Technology, a distinguished fellow and one of the co-founders of the Santa Fe Institute, a professor of physics at the University of New Mexico, and the presidential professor of physics and medicine at the University of Southern California. If I could get that fucking out right with this autistic brain.
Because his stuff was in like, what was it, 1940s, 1950s. So yeah, it was okay.
In 1958,
Probably
Gell-Mann, in collaboration with Richard Feynman, in parallel with the independent team of E.C. George Sudarshan and Robert Marshak, discovered the chiral structures of the weak interaction of physics and developed the VA, the vector minus axial vector theory. This work followed the experimental discovery of the violation of parity by Chen-Shung Wu, as suggested by Chen-Ning Yang and Sung-Dao Li theoretically.
There we go.
I mean, there's a lot more here as well.
I'm sure.
In 1964, Gell-Mann and independently George Zweig, which is a name I do recognize, went on to postulate the existence of quarks, particles of which the hadrons of this scheme are composed. The name was coined by Gell-Mann and is a reference to the novel Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce. 3 quarks for Muster Mark, Book 2, Episode 4. Zweig had since somebody wants to talk.
I have a question.
Go ahead. I can't tell you I can answer it, but
it's extremely self-serving. I want to be clear about that. But like, if we're talking about famous physicists, like I have reasons to want to brag of people that I know.
I probably would too. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you know Sean Carroll?
To the schools that
I don't know Sean Carroll. I have never met Sean Carroll. What
about Alan Guth?
Nope, not Alan Guth. Nobody's so famous. But my first claim to fame of knowing a famous physicist is not somebody I actually knew, because he was my grandfather and he died several years before I was born. And by the way, I have totally already doxed myself on a video that I mentioned earlier, my chat with Paleologos. So my name is Michael Van de Graaff.
Oh, wow.
And my grandfather invented the Van de Graaff generator.
Wow.
I was going to ask that.
Yep. And so that was like kind of the reason that I got into physics. And then
So were there like high expectations when you decided to become a
always
physics
into
person?
physics in like high school and college, and I went to what?
Was there a high expectation on you when you went into physics? Knowing
I was so I'm the youngest of 3. I think to some extent yes, but not consciously. I think mostly subconsciously and self-inflictedly. Like I've had my own struggles with depression and things like that in grad school, which I'd like to talk about them, I think, on YouTube at some point. But I was always really interested in the idea of like using lasers and stuff to cool down atoms. And I remember reading about that when I was a high schooler and thinking it was super cool. And so I went into that, and my advisor for my 8 years in graduate school, it took me 8 years to get my PhD. It's a long time. It's longer than most. Yeah, huh?
Is that including a
Can I
postdoc
ask-
or just the PhD?
That's
itself?
not including a postdoc. That's not.
Can I ask
including
a
postdoc.
question? Can I ask a question about that might be somewhat more personal, and you don't have to answer?
No, go for it. Yeah.
Were you at all threatened to have funding pulled because of the length of time that it took you, or did the university know that it may take you up to 8 years or past to receive your PhD?
I had to apply for extensions, but I had numerous reasons, including a mental health crisis in 2019 that sort of took some time, and my father was of very poor health and died in 2020.
And then the pandemic.
My first advisor, Debbie Jin, passed away in 2016 after 2 years.
Wow, what the fuck?
But I was being jointly advised by Debbie Jin and my advisor Eric Cornell throughout the entirety.
Oh, the guy who founded Cornell University. Yeah.
No, not that guy. The guy who won the Nobel Prize in 2001 for being the first person to discover Bose-Einstein condensation.
Oh,
that guy.
Yeah.
So, do you think you had any teachers that thought you were going to be a supervillain or something? Like, when I grow up, I want to use laser beams to cool things down, freeze them.
You know, I can only hope. But now I'm a postdoc. I am no longer at the University of Colorado. Fantastic place to do atomic physics, by the way. Fantastic.
Aren't you glad you didn't do statistical thermodynamics?
I mean, hold on. I can't. Well, you know what? Because
Why not?
Bose-Einstein
Hold on a
condensation
second,
is statistical thermodynamics, my friend. It is statistical thermodynamics, and my copy of Pathria and Beale, which I just found, will totally have that marked somewhere in one of these. Yes, in Chapter 7, the thermodynamics of an ideal Bose gas, and you have to do some, perturbations upon that in order to get to the thing. But if you turn to page, where is it? 197 of this book, then you get this figure.
Oh, that looks nice.
And this figure is courtesy of Gilla / University of Colorado.
So what are we looking
that's
at?
Where you're looking at a picture of a gas that's undergoing Bose condensation.
Oh,
because it starts out as a thermal distribution, and then it becomes a thermal distribution with a Bose condensate on top, and then it's a mostly pure condensate at the end. If you Google BEC, it'll be like the third image or something.
Yeah, I was asking that because apparently, like, the history of like statistical thermodynamics is extremely depressing. Like, apparently, like, some of the first people like that were working on or like developed it like committed suicide. Like committed suicide dealing with it.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's like insane. It's like God. I mean,
well,
I do like
the
this
guys
shit
who were
hard, but
working
fuck.
on quantum mechanics were like, I don't know, doing cocaine or something. Well, one of them was fucking.
Well, I mean, to be
preteen
fair,
girls.
my advisor, 3 years after he won the prize, he contracted flesh-eating bacteria and lost his left arm.
Jesus Christ!
Holy
But wait,
shit.
what was
That's
that?
not a joke.
What was that pause that you made after I said what I said? What was that? Huh? Did you hear what I said?
I didn't hear what you
Oh, because Emilio was like, these guys, they were all depressed, and it was, I can't remember what he said, and I was like, yeah, and the guys that developed quantum mechanics must have all been on cocaine, and they said, no, one of them just, what I said was, no, one of them just fucked preteen girls, which is true.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, is that's Schrodinger, isn't it?
Yeah, Schrodinger, yeah, he fucked preteen girls. He was a pedophile. Like,
Schrodinger
he
was a
piece
weirdo,
of shit.
dude.
Dirty
That's
little
great.
piece of shit.
I didn't know that. Now I'm upset.
Anyways, we've hit the 420 mark. Well, it's actually 422. So I am going to end the stream here, guys. I really appreciate y'all showing up. I am going to keep doing these, actually, because I think, I maintained six people in the room for over an hour there. So
I know. You got more than Knock did last night.
Yeah,
man.
And to you three, I'm really glad that you guys came on. I know that Marshall was in the chat for a while. I'm glad they came on because I wanted them to. So
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for inviting me on, man.
Oh yeah, no problem. And anytime you see me live and you're bored and if you want something to do, feel free to swing on by. Anyway, guys, you know how it is. You know how we do here. Always use your brain. You know, all the normal stuff. Think outside the box there, you know, and make sure you got spare batteries for the clicker. crepes. You don't want that to go bad on you, you know, during these winter storms there that we're getting. I think I always say it. Through reason we progress, you know, and as always, you know, like the video because it helps out in the algorithm. You know, comment something down below, even if it's something like watermelon or something like that. And subscribe to the channel super fast. Super fast. Subscribe to the channel.